Okay, thank you, Missy and Caleb. Just FYI and some little tidbits while we're waiting on last minute people that may need to sign on. I'm Dee Houston. I am the Summer Food Service Program Specialist with Child Nutrition at the State Department of Ed. I have been in the child nutrition business for 31 years this April. 25 of those I served at Oklahoma City Public Schools. 31 years ago when I started, I did start in a kitchen, cafeteria, like most of you. So I am familiar and can sympathize with everything that you do. And I thank you for all that you do. Personal note, I have been married for 36 years. We've been together 41 years, dating and all. We have 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son, not in that order. And we have 10 grandbabies now, 8 granddaughters and 2 grandsons, not in that order. So they're exciting. I love grandbabies. They're just, oh my gosh, just can't explain it. I can describe it to you all I want to, but you just don't understand until you have them yourself. They're just wonderful. So we are waiting on people to come on. I will tell you, because I know some of you may have questions, as of today, February 3rd, 2022, which is actually one of my baby's birthdays. She's 8 today. We do not have any guidance from USDA about any waivers they're going to open for the summer program. So right now, as of today, and as of this training, the summer program will have to be followed by all the regular rules that it's always had before. The main one being you will have to do congregate feeding, which means the children will have to come to each of your sites and consume their meal there. They cannot take it home. There cannot be any grab and go fashion or anything that we've done for the last couple of years because of the pandemic. Right now, the USDA has not given us any okay or any waivers to do anything different besides the regular regulations and rules that the summer program has always had. If we ever get anything between now and May, we will send that out to you immediately and share it with you. But I'm training today on the regular rules and regulations that the summer program has always had, because right now that's what we are following unless something changes. Okay, I wanted to make sure and share that with you. So we're going to go ahead and get started. This is a very long training. I apologize, but there's a lot of information that everyone must know, and the trainings are, and the training is required annually. So this email address right here is your direct email address to our summer program website. It'll be your Bible to go to. It has links to all of the manuals that the USDA has on the summer food program. It has all the forms you'll need to use on the summer food program, like your daily meal count sheets, or there's menu samples on there. There's samples of the letters you need to send to the health department and the media on there. I mean, there's a lot of information on here, and you'll find anything you need to know about the summer program right here at this website. So make sure you jot it down. So we're gonna get started officially. Welcome to the Planning Your Summer Food Service Program Eligibility Training for Summer Food Service Program, which I will refer to as SFSP in this training, is hosted by the Oklahoma State Department, referred to in this training as the state agency, or SA. During the training, when directed to the web page, like I'm circling here with my little mouse here, this will always refer to the OSDE SFSP webpage. And again, the webpage, as you see here, is sde.ok.gov/summer food, unless otherwise specified. The objectives in this training is we are going to learn how to determine the eligibility of a child, how to determine the eligibility of a sponsor, and the different types of SFSP sites that can be on the program. Children aged 18 and under may receive meals through SFSP. A person 19 years of age and over who has a mental or physical disability as determined by a state or local educational agency, and who participates during the school year in a public or private nonprofit school program is also eligible to receive meals with the summer program. Only certain types of organizations can sponsor the summer program. Sponsors must be a public or private nonprofit school food authority, as some of us know as SFAs, a public or private nonprofit residential camp, a public or private nonprofit college or university participating in the National Youth Sports Program, a unit of local, county, municipal, state, or federal government, tribal organizations or reservations, an upward bound program, migrant centers, or other types of private nonprofit organizations. Special rules apply to private nonprofit organizations. Private nonprofit sponsors must be tax exempt under the Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. Excuse me. Sponsors must submit a certificate in good standing with the Secretary of State from each and every state your organization participates in the summer program. Although churches may be tax exempt, there is no federal requirement that they provide documentation of their tax exempt status. All other private nonprofit organizations must provide documentation to show us their tax exempt status with the IRS. Sponsors must demonstrate financial and administrative capability. Potential and returning sponsors with serious deficiencies are required to demonstrate that they have the necessary financial and administrative capability to comply with program requirements. They must accept final financial and administrative responsibility for all of their sites. A pre-application form titled Summer Food Service Program Viability, Capability, and Accountability, that we call a VCA, is required for private nonprofits. Sponsors must not be seriously deficient. To be approved, applicants must not have been declared seriously deficient or terminated from SFSP or any other federal child nutrition program in previous years. However, such an applicant may be approved if the state agency determines that it has taken appropriate corrective actions to prevent recurrence of the deficiencies and has repaid any outstanding debts. Sponsors must serve low-income children. Sponsors must agree to provide regularly scheduled meal service for children in designated low-income areas. Camps do not need to meet this criterion. Sponsors of both residential and non-residential camps do not have to establish area eligibility. However, they must collect and maintain individual income eligibility forms, which is almost just like the free and reduced meal application. Camps are reimbursed only for those enrolled children who meet the free and or reduced price eligibility standards. Sponsors must conduct a nonprofit food service. Sponsors must conduct food services through the summer program that are not for profit. A sponsor is operating a nonprofit food service if the food service operations conducted by the institution are principally for the benefit of participating children, and all of the program reimbursement funds are used solely for the operation or improvement of such food service. This does not mean the program must break even or operate at a loss, but that all income must be used for the sole purpose of operating a nonprofit food service. Sponsors must provide year-round service. So to elaborate on that, you can be a church and you can be on the program, but you can't just say that we're just a church and we hold church services. That church has to provide year-round service to the community that benefits the community. For example, a clothing closet or maybe a food pantry, or some churches do some of the Meals on Wheels programs and stuff. That's just some samples of some of the services that the church would offer the community at large, okay? Prior to beginning the summer program, sponsors must provide a year-round public service for a minimum of 6 months. So if you are a nonprofit and you're brand new, you have not been up and running for 6 months, you will not qualify to apply for the summer program this year. You'll have to wait till next year. You must be up and established and have been running for at least 6 months, okay? The state agency may grant exceptions to this year-round service requirement for sponsors of residential camps or migrant sites. Sponsors must exercise management control over their sites. New applicants and returning sponsors must demonstrate in their application that they will exercise management control over the meal service at each of their sites. Management control of the meal service means that the sponsor is responsible for maintaining contact with meal service staff, ensuring that there is adequately trained meal service staff at each site, and monitoring site operations throughout the period of the program. Sponsors must not delegate management responsibilities below the sponsor level. The quality of the meal service, the conduct of site personnel, and the adequacy of record keeping reflect directly upon the sponsor's performance. This performance is subject to audit by the state agency, USDA Office of Inspector General, and the Government Accountability Office at any time. Sponsors must conduct pre-operational visits. Sponsors must certify that all of their sites have been visited and can provide meal service for the number of children that are planned. This is also required for sites that had operational problems last year. And sponsors must sign written agreements. Approved sponsors must sign a written permanent agreement with the state agency, and that is part of your online application. Sponsors may operate the summer program at one or more sites, which are the actual locations where meals are served and children eat in a supervised setting. Eligible sites are those that serve children in low-income areas or those that serve specific groups of low-income children. Sponsors must provide documentation that proposed sites meet the income eligibility criteria required by law. There are three common types of sites: open sites, camps that can be residential and non-residential, and closed enrolled sites. School districts are not allowed with the USDA rules to be a closed enrolled site on the summer program. If you want to be a closed enrolled site as a school district and only feed children enrolled in summer school, you will have to do that under your SSO, which is Seamless Summer Option. Okay? If you have more questions about that, please contact me or Becky Gray. Sorry, there was something else I wanted to say here. Yeah, so it's talking about every site must meet income eligibility criteria. That means each site that you would like to have open, you need to find out if it is in a 50% or more free and reduced area. And we'll get into this into the training on how you can determine that. Okay. Excuse me. So these are the most common sites. An open site, the most common type of sites is an open site. Most sponsors establish site eligibility on need and openness. If a site is located in a needy area, like I just said, where 50% or more of the children residing in the area are eligible for free or reduced price school meals, and meals are made available to all children in the area on a first come, first served basis, these sites are considered open. Sponsors of open sites must take the necessary steps to allow meal service access to all children requesting a meal at that site. Information regarding the meal service at open sites must be publicized in the community served. Restricted open sites. On occasion, a sponsor that would normally operate an open site, meaning initially open to the broad community, must restrict or limit the feeding site's attendance for reasons of space, security, safety, or control. In recognition of these circumstances, these types of sites operate as restricted open. The sponsors must make known publicly that the site is open on a first come, first served basis to all children of the community at large, but the meal service will be limited as stated above. Both open and restricted open sites must be located in a school attendance area where 50% or more of the children residing in the area are eligible for free or reduced price school meals. This percentage must be documented by data provided by public and nonprofit private school officials, census data, welfare or education agencies, zoning commissions, or other appropriate sources. To qualify as a restricted open site, the site initially must be open to broad community participation from the eligible area in which it is located. The only limits that may be imposed on the participation, again, are daily limits for reasons of security, safety, or control, and approved by the state agency. So to elaborate on that a little bit, I'll give you a good example. We had two locations in the Tulsa area that we're directly across the street from each other. So keep in mind, when we're approving your application, we look at the locations of your sites. And if we have several sites already in a particular area and we think that area is already well served, then we're not going to be able to approve your site because we think the area is already well served. And our goal is to make sure none of our sponsors and their sites do not succeed. So we can't have too many sites in the same area because then the sites wouldn't get the participation they need to succeed. But the example for a restricted open site because of security and safety that I was going to give you is we had a church that was offering a day camp where the children came there and did activities every day, and they had a specific enrollment number that was going to come to that. And then we had an apartment complex right across the street. The reason why we approved these two sites directly across the street from each other is because of safety and security. The children would have to cross a busy 4-lane street to go to each one of these sites. And that's why we chose to approve these sites, because of security and safety. So there are specific reasons why we will and will not approve your sites, but I'm just giving you examples of what we look at when we're looking at your application and each site location you have, okay? So this next slide talks about camps. Camps can be residential or non-residential day camps, which offer regularly scheduled food service as part of an organized program for enrolled children. In residential camps, participants spend the duration of the organized program in a 24-hour supervised care setting, and receive a regularly scheduled food service as part of the program. Sponsors of non-residential campsites must offer a continuous schedule of organized cultural or recreational programs for enrolled children between meal services. Unlike open, restricted open, and closed enrolled sites, sponsors of both residential and non-residential camps do not have to establish area eligibility, but however, they must collect and maintain individual income eligibility forms. Camps are reimbursed only for those children enrolled in their program that qualify for free or reduced price meals or the eligibility standards on their income scale. Okay. Closed enrolled site is another type of site and is usually established where an identified group of needy children live in a pocket of poverty, an area where identified low-income children are transported to a congregate meal site located in an area with less than 50% eligible children, or a program provides recreational, cultural, religious, or other types of organized activities for a specific group of children. These types of sites are open to enrolled children or to an individual group of children as opposed to the community at large. Closed enrolled sites must also establish eligibility either through the individual income eligibility of the children attending the site or through area eligibility. To establish eligibility based on the income of the individual children, sites must collect the income eligibility form like is required of camps. At least 50% of the enrolled children at that site must be eligible for free or reduced price school meals. Instead of determining the individual income eligibility of each enrolled child, a site may document its status as a closed enrolled site by using area eligibility information. This may only be used if the site is serving children that live in the area in which the site is located. Accredited summer schools do not, like I said earlier, qualify as closed enrolled sites and should obtain reimbursement again under SSO, which is an extension to your National School Lunch Program. In addition, residential and non-residential camps may not use area eligibility to establish site eligibility. The state agency may approve meal service sites which are not identified as nonprofit locations if at the sites the sponsor maintains all responsibility for site operations, the sponsor operates as open sites or restricted open sites, and the site is located in an area in which at least 50% of the children are qualified for free or reduced price school meals. If approved to operate the meal service at a for-profit site, a sponsor must maintain operational control over the meal service at the site and must ensure that no summer program funds are provided to that site. The site operators may not prepare the meals and funds may not be provided, given, or otherwise paid to the site to employ site staff. Only the sponsor's trained staff and volunteers and sponsor trained site staff serving as volunteers are permitted to distribute the meals. So this talks about a for-profit site. Perfect examples of for-profit sites are apartment complexes. The apartment complex exists because families live there and they pay rent to live there. So that's how the apartment complex is in business. So it's considered a for-profit location. So if you want to have a site there, there is a site agreement that you have to have signed by yourself as the sponsor and the manager of that site. And what I just read to you in short is saying that only your sponsor staff can prepare and serve meals to all those children at that apartment complex. You cannot use apartment complex staff to help you. You cannot use parents there to help you. It has to be only your sponsor staff that prepares and serves the meals at these for-profit sites. And again, like it said, you cannot give these apartments a stipend or or some kind of dividend or anything, money or anything to have the summer site at their location. Okay. A tribal government is recognized as a public entity or local government when consistent with state law. Thus, a tribal government may sponsor summer program sites assuming other eligibility requirements are met. A tribal government granted nonprofit status would be considered a private nonprofit entity for purposes of the summer program and therefore could act as a sponsor of summer program sites assuming other eligibility requirements are met. The two primary sources of data that may be used to determine whether the area that will be served is eligible are school data or census data. School data can be obtained from the school or by contacting the state agency. Census data can be obtained by using the USDA Area Eligibility Mapper, or as we call the FRAC map, F-R-A-C, located on the webpage. School data may be used to establish area eligibility, excluding camps. In order for a site to be determined area eligible, school data must indicate the proposed meal site is located in a school attendance area where at least 50% of the children are eligible for free or reduced price school meals. To qualify sites, sponsors may use data from elementary, middle, or high schools as long as the site is located in the attendance area of the school. This data should be based on the percentage of children in the school attendance area that are certified eligible for free or reduced price school meals, not the actual school participation rates. So school data is valid for 5 years. And here is a website where you can go on and look at school data and get eligibility information. Excuse me. I apologize, I am just getting over a cold, so this is going to be fun because it's a long training, but we're gonna get through it. In school districts where busing or school choice policies are in place, sponsors may always rely on the individual school if the site is located in the school from which free and reduced price eligibility data is obtained. Additionally, where busing or school choice policies are in place, but school attendance areas are still defined, school and non-school site eligibility may be determined based on the enrollment or attendance date obtained for the school the children attend or the school the children would have attended were it not for the school's busing or school choice policy. Program sponsors may determine a site to be area eligible under the second option described above only if the SFA is able to document the percentage of children eligible for free and reduced price school meals at each school before students are reassigned. The same method must be used for all sites participating under a particular program to avoid duplicate counting. If the school district does not have defined school attendance areas, the use of school data is not permitted for non-school sites. In this case, census data must be used to determine area eligibility for National School Lunch and the summer program. Please note that census data may be used as a first choice for determining area eligibility for national school lunch and the summer program, rather than using the options described above, even if school attendance areas are defined. Sponsors also may document the area eligibility of their proposed open or restricted open sites on the basis of census data. Summer program sites that choose to establish eligibility using census data are required to use the most recent data available. Census data is valid for 5 years once established and then must be reassessed after the 5th year. The FRAC map and the USDA area eligibility mapper are excellent resources and are located on the webpage. Sponsors that operate residential summer camps and non-residential day camps offering both organized programming and a regularly scheduled food service may participate in the summer program. Non-residential day camps may participate only as sites under eligible sponsoring organizations. Enrolled for-profit sites or for-profit camps are not eligible for participation in the summer program. Let me read that again. Enrolled for-profit sites or for-profit camps are not eligible for participation in summer program. So that, that says enrolled, so that doesn't include apartment complex. Unlike other types of sites, camps do not have to establish income eligibility at the 50% level. Instead, camps are reimbursed only for meals served to children who meet the income eligibility criteria. In order to determine that eligibility for children, camp sponsors may use the income eligibility form or rely on lists of income eligible children provided by the school system. However, the state agency may require camp sponsors to use the income eligibility form. The application can be found on the summer webpage under forms. Sponsors of camps are not required to submit the approved income eligibility form or school list of children to the state agency. However, they must maintain the lists or the applications and approved forms in files in their summer program files, because if you are up for review when we come out, we will ask to see those income applications to determine their eligibility. To qualify as a closed enrolled site, at least 50% of the enrolled children must be from households that meet the income eligibility guidelines. Sponsors can document an enrolled site's eligibility by obtaining lists by name and eligibility status of enrolled children for free and reduced price meals from schools where the children receive school lunch or breakfast. Parental consent forms are not required in order for the school to provide this information to you as a sponsor. Sponsors may ask the parent or guardian of each enrolled child to complete the income eligibility form, or sponsors may use area eligibility data for the location of the site rather than using the income eligibility form to document that at least half of the enrolled children at each site are eligible for free or reduced price meals. And they can also use census data when the site is located outside of an eligible area. As part of the application process, sponsors of closed enrolled sites must provide the state agency with a statement of how they intend to document summer food service program eligibility using one of the methods listed on the previous slide. You must also submit an estimate of the total number of children enrolled at each site, and you must also submit an estimate of the number of children enrolled at the site that are documented as eligible for free or reduced price school meals unless using area eligible data. Sponsors of closed enrolled sites that are not area eligible must have the following information on file for each site. You must have records of the total number of children enrolled at the site and of income eligible children provided by the school system or the actual eligibility forms for income eligible children. And you must also have records showing sponsors have closed enrolled sites that are area eligible, should follow the guidance for documenting area eligibility for open or restricted open sites. Sponsors can use documentation of enrolled Head Start or Early Head Start participants provided and certified by a Head Start or Early Head Start grantee to document the eligibility of the summer program closed enrolled sites. Sponsors should contact the state agency if they have questions on the use of Head Start or Early Head Start eligibility form for this purpose. So what's that saying is, I have had some sponsors in the past that had a Head Start site for the summer. Oh, great. What did I do? Hang on, sorry. And they just had to get a list from the Head Start director of the children, and the Head Start director had to sign that list, because Head Start and Early Head Start's criterion for income, their income scale to qualify, is the same or very close to free and reduced scale. So if they qualify for Head Start, then they qualify for free reduced meals, because it's the same eligible criteria and they have to meet. Excuse me. Summer program sponsors of closed, enrolled, and campsites must collect and report to the state agency the income eligibility information to determine the eligibility of individual participants for free meals under the summer program. Such information must be updated annually and may not be more than 12 months old. Income eligibility forms should be considered current and valid until the last day of the month in which the form was dated 1 year earlier. This means that a form signed and dated by a sponsor on June 1st of 2021 is considered valid until June 30th of 2022. Both school data and census data are valid for 5 years once established. If sponsors are unable to document the needs of their areas or site by using sources such as current year school data, recent census tract or block group data, enrollment data, or migrant children status, they should consult with the state agency about the possibility of using other types of data, for example, local zoning data, housing authority information, or economic surveys. Now, I've never had anybody try to go this route, but what it pretty much pertains to is if you're trying to say, let's for example, an apartment complex, if you're trying to say that whole apartment complex qualifies because it's like a low income housing authority apartment complex or something, they don't qualify just because of that. That apartment complex would have to supply you with their income eligibility ratio, and then you'd have to send it to me, and I'd have to see if it equals to or is very close to the free and reduced application income eligibility scale, okay? Also, sponsors offering the program at sites located on Indian reservations may obtain and submit statistics on the population from one of the 12 Bureau of Indian Affairs area offices. Okay. The income eligibility application form is used to determine the income eligibility of enrolled children for all camps, residential and non-residential, and closed enrolled sites. Information collected on the application includes household size and income, or the case number for benefits received under the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP, or used to be called food stamps, temporary assistance to needy families, which is also called TANF, or food distribution program on Indian reservations, which is called FDPR. Note, if one child in the household is receiving SNAP, FDPR, or TANF benefits, then all other children living in that household are also categorically eligible to participate in the summer program. I'm sorry, I didn't have the slide bumped for you. This is the slide here that you can go to get translated material and things like that, or to find out more information about income eligibility on Indian reservations. Okay. Community eligibility provision that we all know as CEP. As an alternative to collecting individual income eligibility forms, the CEP allows schools and local education agencies with a high percentage of low-income children to offer free meals to all students. Qualifying schools serve free lunch and breakfast through the National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program. Area eligibility determinations based on data from schools electing CEP as part of a group of schools or a school district must still use the individual school data rather than the district-wide data for summer program sites. For those of you that are CEP, that means you must use your individual, like your elementary schools individual buildings eligibility. You can't use your district-wide, 89% or whatever it is. You have to use each individual site's percentage to see do they qualify to be on the summer program. If you have questions about that, just reach out to me, please. Area eligibility also may be established by using documentation from other approved sources to demonstrate that 50% or more of the children in a defined area are eligible for free or reduced price school meals. Eligibility determinations using approved alternative data also remain in effect for 5 years once established. Approved alternative data sources, again, may include, we've already mentioned before, Departments of Human Services, zoning commissions, USDA's rural development housing authorities, housing and urban development housing authorities, which is also known as HUD, local housing authorities. For an example, if a summer program site is located in a HUD housing authority development and it does not qualify based on school or census data, the site may be considered area eligible using HUD data if residents of the housing development meet income eligibility requirements that are equivalent to or more restricted than the summer program requirements, like I mentioned earlier. Sponsors should work with the state agency and with the agency that maintains that data to confirm this information is correct. Children enrolled in federal and state funded Head Start or Early Head Start programs are categorically eligible for free meals in the summer program. I already explained that to you and why they qualify. Sponsors may use income eligibility forms from other programs that base their eligibility on the same criteria as a summer program, but should contact a state agency to verify that the same thresholds and definitions are used for both programs, like I mentioned earlier about a low-income housing authority. Upward Bound is a program funded by the U.S. Department of Education to provide academic support to teens from low-income families preparing for college. While participants in Upward Bound are not categorically eligible for free or reduced price meals under the summer program, sponsors of Upward Bound programs may use an Upward Bound application in lieu of a confidential family application for free and reduced meals form to determine individual eligibility. Those children who are determined eligible for Upward Bound based on income may be considered eligible for summer meals without further application. However, participants who are determined eligible for Upward Bound based on criteria other than income, such as being a potential first-generation college student, must complete the income eligibility form with Upward Bound in order to determine that individual's eligibility. Migrant site eligibility is based upon a determination that the site predominantly serves children of migrant workers. The sites operate like area eligible open or restricted open sites and are reimbursed for meals served to all attending children. This determination of site eligibility based upon migrant status must be updated annually. To confirm migrant status, sponsors must submit information obtained from a migrant organization that certifies that the site serves a majority of children of migrant workers. If the site also serves non-migrant children, the sponsor must certify that the site predominantly serves migrant children, and this status information must be updated annually. So to elaborate on this, I've never had a site that has established under this, but it could be possible in Oklahoma because we are a very rural state. A migrant site is, for example, at some of the farms here in the state, when it's harvest time is a perfect example. They bring in a lot of migrant workers from other states or maybe even Canada or Mexico. I'm not sure where they all come in at. But if those workers come in and they bring their families, then there can be a summer site there to feed the children of all those migrant workers. Like I said, I've never had a site that has done that before, but I'm saying it could be a possibility in Oklahoma because we are such a rural state and we have lots of farmland. Okay. Schools offering academic summer school programs may be reimbursed for serving meals during the summer in 3 ways: through the National School Lunch, through the summer program, national school lunch or school breakfast, or national school lunch seamless summer option that we all know as SSO. Schools wishing to serve meals only to children enrolled in summer school may receive reimbursement only through seamless summer, which is an extension of national school lunch. If, in addition to serving children enrolled in summer school, the school plans to serve children in the community at large also, it may operate an open site through the summer program or seamless summer as described below. However, the SFA must ensure these sites are open not only to children enrolled in summer school, but also to any child residing in the area or the public at large that would like to walk up to your site and get a meal. Schools that operate summer school programs may not enroll in the summer program as a restricted open site instead of an open site, so that meals may be served only to your summer school enrollees. This is not the intent of the restricted open site option and is an unauthorized use of this site designation. The purpose of the restricted open site designation in summer school is to allow sponsors that want to operate an open site, but they have to restrict the site for reasons of participation due to reasons of space, security, safety, and control, like we spoke about earlier, like crossing a busy street. CACFP institutions that have sufficient changes in activities or enrollment or develop a separate food service program for children who are not enrolled in CACFP and meet summer program eligibility criteria may be approved to participate in the summer program. Institutions that are approved for both CACFP and the summer program must ensure that the same children are not served meals in both of the programs. The USDA considers that double dipping. Separate records must be kept for each program. Institutions may not switch back and forth between participation in CACFP and participation in summer program to serve the same children. So those of you that may not know what CACFP is, it stands for Child and Adult Care Food Program, which actually most of our daycares and family daycare homes, at-risk program, and adult care programs are under the CACFP umbrella. Institutions may not establish separate entities using separate tax identification numbers to serve the same children under different child nutrition programs in order to avoid the program restrictions. However, if there is a legitimate need for a separate organization and it meets the requirements in the preceding paragraph, then it may be approved to participate in the summer program. In an effort to improve participation in the summer program by eligible institutions, some application requirements for CACFP institutions in good standing that wish to apply to participate in the summer program for the first time have been waived. Good standing means those that have not been found to be seriously deficient in any other program, especially CACFP. This provision will be most applicable to after-school at-risk meals and snack programs because most after-school at-risk programs may not receive reimbursement during the summer months. We encourage these programs to convert to the summer program for the summer. Again, I'll repeat that. The at-risk program can only operate during the school calendar. But if the last day of school is May 15th, then that's the last day that at-risk can operate. So in that case, they can serve the same children they served during at-risk for the summer, possibly. In other cases, however, CACFP institutions that wish to participate in the summer program must serve children who would otherwise not be served under CACFP. Institutions may not switch programs simply to receive a higher reimbursement in the summer months. So in short, what that's saying is if you are a daycare owner, for example, and you want to participate in the summer program, you would have to have a complete different location to serve the summer children to keep your programs separate, because daycares do pick up school children during the summer because they're not in school, but that's not a reason to have a summer program. You have to have a separate program and a reason and a need for it to have more than one program or to qualify for more than one program. So before I go to my next slide section, let me see. some questions. What are examples of data that would satisfy area eligibility requirements? What would not be adequate to prove eligibility? The best and most current and acceptable data that you can use is, we don't have it posted yet, but we will very soon. You can go on to the State Department website and go look up low income reports and look up that specific school district, and then look at each one of their sites, and it'll tell you what percentage free and reduced they have. And that's a perfect example to use because it's already on file with us and we've already determined the eligibility is accurate. Excuse me. At departments, can volunteers specifically recruited by the food bank help serve? Yes, if they are food bank volunteers or if they are sponsor volunteers under your organization, they can serve at apartments. You just can't take in residents or employees at the apartment and say they're a volunteer. Okay, I hope that answers your question. And we are going to go to the next slide section, which is planning your summer food service program, meal service. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, hang on. I think I'm in the wrong one. I have selecting site. Is next in my book, and that's not it. Well, there we go. Sorry about that. Get right on the program. Get with it. Okay. In this training section of the PowerPoint, we will review information on what to look for when selecting a program site, operating limitations, the sponsor site agreement, and requirements to meet before opening your site. Okay, so moving right along. Let me get a little drink of water. Okay, confusion and waste result when two or more sponsors compete for the same sites or target children in the same geographical area. Kind of like I mentioned earlier, we review your sites to make sure the area is not already well served. Since such an overlap in service conflicts with program objectives, the state agency usually approves only one sponsor to serve an area. When determining which of the competing sponsors will serve an area, the National School Lunch Act requires the state agency to give priority to number one, local school food authority sponsors, so the school district's first, government and private nonprofit organization sponsors that successfully operated the summer program last year, new government sponsoring organizations, which would be like your tribal governments and things like that, and then new private nonprofit organizations. Sponsors should be able to explain why differences in the population of children they intend to serve require multiple sites in close proximity to each other. Sites also may be close in proximity, but separated by a physical barrier that limits access, such as a busy highway, like I mentioned earlier. A sponsor must evaluate adequately the needs and resources of the areas it hopes to serve before making final plans for site operations. In particular, a sponsor should try to determine the type and size of the program that would best meet the needs of the community. As part of the inquiry into the community's needs, a sponsor may contact Parks and Recreation Centers about their summer recreation programs, youth organizations including YMCAs, YWCAs, Boys and Girls Clubs, and Scout troops about their summer plans, the local food bank or pantry to ask about opportunities to partner with them in the community, minority referral sources and relevant minority organizations in the prospective site area, other groups and organizations in the area that may be planning to participate in the summer program, local parent groups to determine the level of parental support, and local church or faith-based organizations about their summer programs. After sponsors have made these initial contacts in any areas they hope to serve, they will have an easier time evaluating different potential sites and deciding on the size of their operations. Sponsors will have to make 3 especially important decisions: how many sites they will sponsor during the summer. If you are a new sponsor to the summer program this year, the state agency recommends that you cannot take on more than 3 sites for your first year, because we want you to get your feet wet, see how the program works, and we want you to succeed and not fail. So we don't want you to overwhelm yourself. Sponsors can make an important decision on how many children they will serve at each site they sponsor, and at which sites they will serve meals to children, closely examining the circumstances if they plan to have several sites in the same neighborhood. Taking particular care in making these decisions before programs start may prevent problems or issues later. Organizations may be approved to sponsor summer sites located in any state, regardless of whether the sponsor is physically located within the boundaries of the state where the proposed site is located. Sponsors not located within the state where a proposed site is located must take additional measures to ensure the state agency is able to complete its monitoring duties. To better facilitate the state agency's monitoring of multi-state sponsors, these sponsors must make requested materials in the state where their proposed sites are located. They also must submit a certificate in good standing from the Secretary of State in each state where they participate in the summer program. The state agency may approve only sites that are located within Oklahoma. That's a state agency decision whether we approve sites to sponsors outside of Oklahoma or not. Sponsors must enter into an agreement with the summer program state agencies for each state where its sites are located, regardless of where the sponsor itself is actually based. Therefore, when a sponsor is located in one state and operates the summer program sites in other states, the sponsor must enter an agreement with administering agencies in each state where the sponsor has a site. Because sponsors must assume, sorry about that. Hang on just a minute. My slides aren't matching where I'm at. I may have jumped too many. Let's see. I'm sorry. Hang on. Got ahead of myself somewhere. Here we go. Sorry about that. Because sponsors must assume administrative and financial responsibility for the total summer program operations at all sites under their supervision, they must be certain that a site can offer a quality meal service before they decide to sponsor that site. Sponsors should not select sites where site supervisors have had a poor performance record in past summers, or where supervisors were unable to institute timely corrective action. In addition, depending on the nature of these problems, the state agency may choose not to approve such sites for the program. Sponsors are responsible for choosing the most appropriate facilities available for food service. If sponsors prefer on-site meal preparation, they should visit all sites to ensure that sites are properly equipped with the appropriate facilities and equipment for meal preparation and service for the anticipated number of children. Sponsors must also ensure that sites will be appropriately staffed, both in quantity and skill level, to use available equipment to meet anticipated demands for meal preparation and service. And sponsors must check that sites can meet state and local public health standards and have or can obtain any required health department certification. The sanitation or health inspector from the local health department can assist you in complying with state and local rules and regulations. Sponsors must send a letter on your sponsor letterhead to the health department of intent to participate in the summer program, and the letter must list all of your sites, what meals you're serving and what times those meals will be served, and the dates your program is going to be open. Because of the many variables at different sites, the kinds of equipment that will be needed will vary based on the number of children being served and the type of menu being prepared. If a sponsor plans to have the meals prepared or delivered by a food service management company, a school, or a central kitchen, the food preparation, holding, and delivery capabilities should be checked. Okay. Excuse me. Summer program sponsors are required to enter an agreement with the state agency that their sites will maintain proper sanitation and health standards in conformance with all applicable state and local laws and regulations. Some summer program facilities may not be required to meet all state and local and safety requirements. For example, those that do not prepare food on site. However, a summer program sponsor may not be declared exempt from state and local health and safety requirements by the state agency. Only the state agency that enforces these requirements, which would be your local county health department, wherever your site is located, may exempt sponsors from documenting adherence to the full requirements. This exemption from your health department should be documented in writing by that relevant state agency. Regardless of an exemption, there must be some level of health and safety standards in place to ensure adequate facilities are available to prepare and serve and store meals. I think when I'm ticking this, it's jumping sites. And what's this? Okay, here we go. Traditionally, summer program sites are located in schools, playgrounds, parks, faith-based organizations, community buildings, or similar places. Mobile feeding may provide the flexibility sponsors need to reach children who do not have access to such traditional sites. In rural areas where children may live in isolated locations, access to meal service sites operated by schools, parks, and recreation departments and private nonprofit organizations is often limited. In urban areas, violence and traffic safety concerns are examples of issues that may limit viable options for site location. In mobile feeding, the sponsor delivers meals to an area using a route with a series of stops at approved sites in the community. The meal service must take place on approved days, and the sponsor must serve reimbursable meals during approved serving times. Sponsors must ensure that all state and local public health standards have been met and have or can obtain any required health department certification. In addition, sponsor staff of the mobile site must serve the meal, clean up after the meals, ensure safe and sanitary conditions, ensure the safety of food and comply with local and health safety standards, must account for all meals served, must ensure that children eat all the meals on site, must ensure meals offered meet meal pattern requirements, and must take accurate meal counts at point of service. To elaborate for those new ones that don't understand what point of service means, that means you have to have the daily meal count sheet there for each meal. Let's say it's a lunch, and you mark off the number 1 or the number 2 or the number 3 as the first child walks by your cashier or your person responsible for the meal count sheet. That person needs to observe that meal, that it's a reimbursable meal, and then they draw a line through the number 1. And then they don't draw a line through number 2 until the second child gets to them and they look down and see it's a reimbursable meal. You can't look down the line and say, okay, I'm gonna check off these 10 kids to the little boy in red. That's not the accurate way to do a daily meal count, okay? Concerns for the physical health and safety of the children, lack of comfortable feeding areas, and consideration of extreme weather conditions must be addressed by the state agency when a site is being approved. Although all summer program sites, sorry, hang on. I don't know why these slides are jumping, but I've just seen it do it. Sorry, get back to strength. Although all summer program sites are not required to have an alternative temperature controlled site, sponsors should have a contingency plan for dealing with extreme weather conditions such as thunderstorms and excessive heat. For outdoor sites, this plan could include discontinuing meal service when the weather conditions make being outside unsafe for children. Alternatively, for extremely hot days, sponsors can identify a shady spot, erect a tent, or make arrangements with the housing community to use an air-conditioned lobby or community room. USDA has extended the demonstration project. Under the demonstration project, summer program and seamless summer option of the National School Lunch Sponsors operating approved outdoor meal sites without temperature-controlled alternative sites may operate as non-congregate sites on days when the area is experiencing excessive heat. Non-congregate meal service shall be permitted only on days when the National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory, an excessive heat warning, or an excessive heat watch for the area in which an approved outdoor meal site is located. For more information, you can go to Demo Project Non-Congregate Feeding for Outdoor Summer Feeding Sites Experiencing Excessive Heat, and also under USDA memos. So on your online summer application, there is a question on there that asks you, are you going to participate in the demonstration project? Sorry. I highly recommend that you check yes. You may not do it. You may not have to do it if you're an outdoor site. You may not have to take advantage of the extremely hot days. But if you check no, and then you want to participate because of a hot day and send the meals home, we are going to deny you. You can't claim those meals because you didn't check yes that you are going to participate in the demonstration project. If you do participate in the demonstration project, you must send me a copy of the National Weather Service's alert that they issued an excessive heat day. On that day, you can make sack lunches and send those with the milk home with the children so they're not out in the hot weather very long. But you must contact me about how to do that and get approval to do that, okay? According to program meal service requirements, sponsors should assess how much supervision will be necessary to ensure proper program operations. These supervisory needs will differ from site to site. For mobile feeding sites, extra precautions should be established to ensure the safety of the food being provided to children. Proper holding temperatures must be maintained along the entire meal delivery route, and state and local health and safety standards must be met. In addition, sponsors have to decide how many sites to administer. This decision will depend greatly on the need for a site in the area, the administrative capabilities as a sponsor, and the size of the programs at the sites. Sponsors must be sure to plan to operate programs that are consistent with the size of their administrative staff and the extent of their expertise. A small sponsor with limited administrative experience should carefully place limits on the number of sites where it will offer meals. If a sponsor plans to administer a meal program at multiple unaffiliated sites, for example, recreation programs or vacation Bible schools, the sponsor should enter an agreement with the site supervisor or responsible site official. That's the same form I talked about earlier that you have to sign with the department complex manager. The agreement should list in specific terms the responsibility of the site supervisor for the food service program, which will help the site supervisor understand his or her duties more easily. However, the agreement does not relieve the sponsor of final administrative and financial responsibility for operating the summer program at the site, including the responsibility to maintain contact with meal service staff, ensure that there is adequately trained meal service staff on site, and must monitor site operations. Sponsors need to determine the maximum number of children who can be served at any of their sites. When estimating the number of children to be served at each site, you may consider the site's administrative capabilities, the physical capacity at each site for serving children, and the number of children living in the area of each site who are likely to participate. The importance of estimating as accurately as possible the number of children each site will serve cannot be overemphasized. Adequate program planning requires an accurate estimate of the number of children who will be served so the total potential reimbursement can be calculated. For new sites, an excellent way to estimate the potential number of participating children is to contact schools and other children's organizations in the area of the site to determine the number of needy children within a short walking distance of your site. To reduce waste, meal orders should be adjusted after the program starts if fewer children than anticipated participate. For returning sites, participation from the previous summer normally provides an accurate estimate of participation for the current summer. According to program requirements, the state agency must set limits on the number of meals a site may serve to children for meal reimbursement. This limit is referred to as the site cap. Site caps are required for all vended and self-prep sites by program regulations. A sponsor may not claim reimbursement for meals served to children at any site in excess of the approved level of meal service if one has been established. Therefore, a sponsor may not claim reimbursement for meals served to children at any site in excess of the site cap. So you may use reference SFSP 16-2015 site caps in the summer program, and that's a memo that talks more about site cap. Site cap means site capacity. Like if you're at a school, how many children can your cafeteria dining room hold at one time? If it can't hold more than 200 children, then you can't never have more than 200 children in that dining room at a time. That's kind of in short gist of what that means. Okay. Children are drawn to locations that offer educational, enrichment, and recreational activities, as well as sites that provide meals. Therefore, we strongly encourage sponsors to select sites or plan programs that offer such organized activities. Some following examples are local libraries, swimming pools, faith-based organizations or churches that offer religious study day camp sessions or like Vacation Bible School, schools that offer various activities, Boys and Girls Clubs, programs at colleges and universities, 4-H clubs, YMCAs, National Youth Sports programs, and year-round public service programs offered in the community. In addition, sponsors should determine whether there are any year-round public service programs in the community that might serve as sites. These sites usually have facilities that can be used for the meal service and have a permanent staff. Although it is not encouraged, summer program sites may charge a fee to participate in the activity portion of their programs. However, the fees must be reasonable and not restrict access for low-income children. Also, access to the meal service at open sites must always be free. Once sites are identified, sponsors should ensure that area families are made aware of site locations and the availability of meals. Sponsors are encouraged to make use of F&S resources, including the Summer Meals Toolkit. This toolkit is designed for individuals and organizations interested in serving as summer meal champions in their communities at any level of program administration. The toolkit is web-based and includes 7 mini toolkits targeting specific audiences and topics. And a link to the toolkit is here on this slide. When sponsors have chosen their prospective sites, they must notify the health department in writing of all prospective site locations and arrange for prompt and regular trash removal. Sponsors must submit a copy of the letter notifying the local health department of their intention to provide a food service at specific times at planned sites. Prior to approval, sponsors must visit new sites and any sites that had operational problems last year. These visits are to determine that the sites have the facilities to provide meal service for the anticipated number of children in attendance and the capability to conduct the proposed meal service. Sponsors should note the date of the pre-operational visit to each site and the name of the person who visited each site. When a sponsor applies for the summer program, it will have to certify that all required site visits have been conducted. These pre-operational visits must not be confused with required site visits during the first week of operations. Kim, if you want to be an open site to the public and serve your summer school enrollees too, you're going to have to be an open site. And you can do that under the summer program, under the SFSP, Summer Food Service Program. SSO is for schools that only want to serve the children enrolled in summer school, and that's it. I hope that answers your question. Let's see if there's another one before I move on to my next slide section. Nope, wrong one. Oh, come on. Oh, where's the rest of my PowerPoint? Okay, we'll do it this route. Oh, I'm too far. Okay. Now we're going to talk about meal service. In this training, in this PowerPoint section, we are going to learn about different methods to provide meals, meal pattern requirements for meals you serve, what to do with leftovers, meal service requirements, and food safety rules. Okay. Before the state agency approves the program application, a sponsor will have to indicate the method it will use to provide meals to children. Several factors, such as the cost of food, the number of meals required, the type of meal service, the number of type of sites, community dietary preferences, and the facilities available at each site will influence the sponsor's choice. Sponsors may choose from several methods for providing meals. Sponsors may prepare and assemble their own meals, obtain meals from a school, obtain meals from a food service management company, and you must check your food service management company contract, use school districts that are with a FSMC to make sure summer program is included in that contract. Many sponsors choose to prepare their own meals, which provides them with maximum control over the quality of preparation. Depending on the facilities available at its sites, a sponsor may prepare meals at each site location or at a central kitchen. Preparing meals at the site requires that each site have adequate kitchen and storage facilities. Sponsors preparing meals at a central kitchen must decide how to distribute the meals from the central kitchen out to their sites and safely deliver and store them until meal service. This plan must be submitted to the state agency for approval. If sponsors choose not to prepare meals for sites, they may enter an agreement to purchase meals from a school food service facility. Most schools have meal preparation and service facilities since they serve meals to children during the school year. Also, experienced school food service personnel are often available for summer jobs. Sponsors that wish to obtain summer program meals from a school should contact the local school superintendent or the principals of local nonprofit private schools. School Food Authority sponsors who participate in the National School Lunch Program or School Breakfast Program at any time during the year may substitute the meal pattern requirements of NSLP or SBP for the summer program meal pattern requirements for meals served at school sites. The state agency's approval of this substitution is not required. However, meals served at non-school sites using National School Lunch or School Breakfast meal pattern requirements by a school sponsor requires state agency approval. If a non-school sponsor purchasing meals from a school wishes to substitute the meal pattern requirements of National School Lunch for summer meal pattern requirements, a formal request for permission must be submitted to the state agency along with the application for program participation. Such an arrangement will require either a written agreement or a contact between the sponsor and the school. In the summer program, the term food service management company is defined slightly differently than in the other child nutrition programs. In the summer program, this means any commercial enterprise or nonprofit organization with which a sponsor may contract for preparing unitized meals, with or without milk, for use in the program, or for managing a sponsor's food service operations in accordance with the limitations set forth in the program regulations on management responsibilities of sponsor. So what this means is you can purchase prepackaged meals from vendors and stuff and the purchase can be meals with or without milk, but either way, in the summer program, milk must be served with every meal. So either you as the sponsor purchase the milk, or the milk needs to come with your prepackaged meals you purchase. All summer program sponsors may choose to contract with a food service management company or with the school to obtain their meals. Generally, sponsors may not contract with the school using a food service management company unless the school's request for proposal, that we also know as RFP, invitation for bid, that we also know as IFB, and the contract with the food service management company included the provision of summer program meals. Please contact state agency if you have any questions. Food service management companies and schools contracting to prepare summer meals must provide unitized meals to the sponsor's site unless the state agency has approved a waiver of the unitized meal requirement. The unitized meal requirement specifies that the meal components, except milk or juice, like I just mentioned earlier, must be packaged, delivered, and served as a unit. Milk or juice, which may be packaged and provided separately, still must be served with each summer meal, and only such complete meals are reimbursable. State agency representative must attend any opening bids if you totaling $150,000 or more. So if you go out for bid for the summer program and your organization is going to spend more than $150,000, someone from our agency has to attend that bid opening. Okay. Sponsors eligible to receive United States Department of Agriculture foods under the summer program include sponsors preparing meals on site or at a central kitchen, sponsors purchasing meals from a school that participates in National School Lunch, and school sponsors that procure their summer meals from the same food service management company that competitively provided their most recent National School Lunch and School Breakfast meals. The Oklahoma Department of Human Services will provide information about currently available commodities, which will be DOD only for summer sponsors. And DOD is actually just fresh fruits and vegetables under the commodities for summer. Serving local foods can improve meal quality and appeal. Sponsors purchase local foods direct from farmers, from food service management companies, from food hubs, farmers markets, community supported agriculture, and school or community gardens. For more information, please see the local procurement and the administrative guide and visit USDA's Farm to Summer website here on the slide. The incorporation of local food and agricultural education into the summer program can play an important role in creating and promoting a healthy environment. There is a well-established and growing public interest in supporting local and regional food systems by purchasing these foods and incorporating agricultural-based curriculum and activities into schools. Sponsors are therefore encouraged to use local foods as a means to enhance child nutrition operations. There are several ways that sponsors could implement farm to summer. You might purchase from any of the sources listed on this slide, which we had mentioned earlier, like your local gardens, your farmer markets, your community supported agriculture. Meal services can be operated by different sponsors at a site. However, the site may not exceed the maximum number of meals allowed under the regulations. Every summer program site's maximum meals that can be served at that site is 2. Only 2 meals can be served at each summer site. For example, if a sponsor is approved to serve only a lunch at a site, then a different sponsor may come in and be approved to serve breakfast or a snack. The combination that can never be served at any site, whether the site has 1 or 2 sponsors, is supper and lunch, or lunch and supper, because they are the same reimbursement rate. Sponsors may serve lunch and either breakfast or a snack. With state agency approval, sponsors may serve up to 2 meals, like I said, or 1 meal and 1 snack each day. Allowable meal combinations include, breakfast only, lunch and a snack, breakfast and lunch, breakfast and supper, snack only, supper only, breakfast and a snack, supper and a snack, or 2 snacks. With state agency approval, camp or migrant site sponsors may serve up to 3 meals each day or 2 meals and 1 snack. Allowable meal combinations for camps or migrant sites include breakfast, lunch, and supper, breakfast, lunch, and snack, lunch, supper, and snack, any combination of meals or snacks that is less than the maximum number allowed. Again, that's only for residential camps and migrants that can have more than 2 meals. The most important for a successful summer program is to serve nutritious meals that meet meal pattern requirements and are appetizing to children. Careful menu planning is necessary to meet this goal. The meal pattern requirements ensure well-balanced meals that supply the kinds and amounts of foods that children require to help meet their nutrient and energy needs. The meal patterns establish the minimum portions of the various meal components that must be served to each child in order for the participating sponsor to receive reimbursement for each meal. You can find the summer program meal patterns on the web page under resources. For a breakfast to be a reimbursable meal, it must contain 1 serving of milk, 1 serving of a vegetable or fruit or full strength juice, 1 serving of a grain or bread, and 1 serving of a meat or meat alternate is optional. For a lunch or supper to be a reimbursable meal, it must contain 1 serving of milk. All right, let me get your slide equal with me. 2 or more servings of vegetables and or fruits, 1 serving of grain or bread, and 1 serving of meat or meat alternate is optional. For a snack to be a reimbursable meal, it must contain 2 food items. Each item must be from a different food component. However, juice cannot be served with milk, as that being the only snack. You're just offering them a liquid snack, and that is not allowable. Sponsors are not required to accommodate dietary preferences, but are encouraged to do so within the existing meal patterns. However, sponsors are required to make substitutions or modifications to the meal patterns for participants with disabilities who are unable to consume the regular program meals when such substitutions are supported by a statement from a recognized medical authority that includes the required alternate foods. Additionally, substitutions may be made if individual children are unable, because of medical or other special dietary needs, not disabilities, to consume the foods required by the meal patterns. Such substitutions may be made only when supported by a statement from a recognized medical authority that includes the recommended alternate foods. Schools participating in the summer program or seamless summer may offer a non-dairy milk substitute to a student with a medical or special dietary need other than a disability. Schools choosing to offer this option must follow a parent's request, to have the milk substitute served to his or her child. Schools must receive a written request from a medical authority or parent or guardian that identifies the student's medical or dietary reason for needing a milk substitute. Any reasonable reason for requesting that a milk substitute be served will be acceptable. Only milk substitutes that meet USDA's nutrient requirements may be served in order to receive reimbursement for these meals. Schools that decide not to offer milk substitutions for children with medical or special dietary needs must communicate this decision to all households. Summer program sponsors may be approved in certain cases to serve meals that meet the meal pattern requirements of other child nutrition programs. Because an infant's first year dietary needs are based on individual development and may be more complicated than those for toddlers and older children, sponsors must receive prior approval from the state agency to serve meals to infants 1 year of age and younger. All meals served to infants must comply with the infant meal pattern requirements under CACFP regulations. The meal patterns specify the minimum portion of each food component for each meal or snack. Summer program regulations allow for the adjusting of meal portion sizes for children aged 1 to 6. The sponsor must demonstrate to the state agency that it can control portion sizes and follow the age-appropriate meal pattern requirements for children. Because teenagers have greater food needs, sponsors may serve adult-sized portions to children ages 12 to 18. Also, as a reminder, extra food may also be served to improve the nutrition of participating children, that is, in addition to the food necessary to meet meal pattern requirements. So the biggest issue I see with this is that on the summer program, it is against rules to ask the children their age. So how are you going to know that I might be 12? And then the Cacfp meal pattern regulations are have way more restrictive requirements and stuff than the summer program meal pattern. So just call me and we'll discuss whether this can be approved and whether it can be beneficial to your program or not. Schools participating in National School Lunch or School Breakfast are accustomed to preparing meals that meet federal nutrition requirements. Sponsors serving meals that are prepared in schools may, with prior state agency approval, use the meal requirements of these programs instead of summer meal patterns. School sponsors may use the meal requirements of National School Lunch instead of summer meal patterns without obtaining state agency approval. Offer versus serve is a concept that applies to menu planning and meal service, which allows children to decline some of the food offered in a reimbursable breakfast, lunch, or supper that excludes snacks. The goals of offer versus serve are to simplify program administration and reduce food waste and costs while maintaining the nutritional integrity of the summer program meal that is served. Summer program regulations indicate that offer versus serve is available only to school sponsors. For a meal to be eligible for reimbursement, all food components in the required minimum serving sizes must be offered. A food component is one of the food groups that comprise a reimbursable meal. Sites must always offer all the food components that comprise a reimbursable meal in at least the minimum required amounts. A food item is a specific food offered within the food components comprising the reimbursable meal. For example, separate 1/2 cup servings of peaches and pears are 2 food items that comprise 1 component, which is the fruit and vegetable component. So it's a school's choice whether they want to do offer versus serve or not. But the summer meal patterns are just so much more lenient. Like you don't have to serve vegetable subgroups like red vegetables, and your milk can be any fat content and any flavor. These are just a couple of the examples that the summer program is more lenient than the National School Lunch meal patterns. But it's your decision as a school, and contact me if you are considering doing offer versus serve for your summer meals. Schools participating in the summer program and electing to follow the summer program meal patterns are required to follow the summer program offer versus serve requirements. Due to the distinguishing nature of the summer program and National School Lunch, including variations in settings and resources, the offer versus serve requirements in summer program are different from the offer versus serve requirements in National School Lunch. In order to ensure that children are receiving enough food to meet their nutritional needs, offer versus serve requirements in the summer program are as follows. Breakfast, the following 4 items must be offered through at least 4 different food items as follows. 1 serving of fruit or vegetable, 1 serving of bread alternate, 1 serving of fluid milk, 1 additional serving of fruit, vegetable, bread alternate, or a serving of meat alternate. All the food items offered must be different from each other, and the child must take at least 3 of any of the 4 items offered and listed above. Lunch or supper, the following 4 food components must be offered through at least 5 different food items. 1 serving of meat alternate, 2 servings of fruit and or vegetables, 2 different food items, 1 serving of bread alternate, and 1 serving of fluid milk. Lunch or supper offer versus serve requirements differ from breakfast in that a child must take at least 3 food components, not items, listed from the 5 listed food items offered. 3 food components are required for an adequate, nutritious meal for children. Offering 2 servings of the same food item is not permissible under offer versus serve in the summer program. All food items offered must be different from each other. For example, a breakfast menu that includes a serving of milk, a serving of fruit, and 2 servings of toast is not a reimbursable meal under offer versus serve in the summer, because the toast is 2 of the same food item. Additionally, a large food item that is worth 2 servings in weight, such as a 2-ounce muffin, counts as only 1 food item under offer versus serve in the summer program, not 2. Offering different food items supports and encourages the practice of offering a variety of food choices for children, which increases the likelihood that children will select foods they prefer and reduces waste. School sponsors that elect to use National School Lunch or School Breakfast meal patterns and schools operating seamless summer are required to follow the offer versus serve requirements that are for National School Lunch. All sponsors must plan, prepare, and order meals with the objective of providing 1 meal per child at each meal service, and all sponsors must ensure that entire meals and food components are not often left over and unusable. Sponsors should minimize the amount of waste and unusable leftovers. Some suggestions for avoiding loss, or at least reducing the amount of loss, are sponsors should be monitoring site reports on the number of attending children and the number of delivered meals to reduce waste and cost. A limited number of second meals served as a unit can be claimed for reimbursement as long as the total number of second meals does not exceed 2% of your first meal served by the sponsor for all sites during the claiming period. Extra meals can be transferred, if allowed by the local health code, from a site with too many meals to a site with a shortage, keeping in mind that meals in excess of receiving site's approved meal level are not reimbursable. Sponsors may designate a sharing table or stations where children may return whole items that they choose not to eat, provided that this is in compliance with local and state health and safety codes. You got to check with the local health department. These items are then available to other children who may want additional helpings. This practice may be facilitated by serving meal components so that they can be easily recycled. For example, if a sandwich halves are wrapped separately, a child can return an uneaten half that's never been unwrapped to the sharing table. Please check with your local health department or food service codes regarding sharing tables. Where equipment is available, complete meals and non-perishable components that remain on a sharing table can be stored under refrigeration for subsequent service. Please note that all recycled food items must be stored in accordance with local health department codes, and they must be documented. The form of the food should be suitable to the age of the children so that it can be easily consumed within the meal service period. For example, if fruit is cut into smaller pieces, it is easier for the younger children to eat. Keep in mind that the safety of the leftover meals must be maintained. Meals or components that are transported or shared must be kept in compliance with all local health and safety standards and temperatures. It is a sponsor's choice whether you offer a shared table, and you must have enough staff on hand to monitor this practice. When resulting leftovers or storing food is not feasible, FNS encourages sponsors to consider donating it to nonprofit organizations working to address hunger in the community, such as homeless shelters, food banks, and food pantries. So bottom line, this is not a good practice to have leftover meals. You need to train your staff to really pay attention to their meal count sheets on a daily basis. And like, for example, we all know lots of children love chicken nuggets. Pay attention to the days you serve chicken nuggets, if you do, what your participation count was, and then look at that and make sure that you kind of serve about the same, or you kind of prepare about the same number of meals the next time you have chicken nuggets. But chicken nuggets and pizza and specific items like that can be batch cooked. Don't cook all of them at 11 o'clock and your lunch is 2 hours long. They can be batch cooked. You can, just cook one cookie sheet at a time of the chicken nuggets so they're fresh, and then you don't waste them, because if you don't cook them, you can put them back in the freezer and use them for another mealtime. So just make sure you train your staff to know to only prepare enough meals for the children expected. Don't prepare way too many meals, and definitely do not prepare meals on purpose to serve leftovers, because you're only allowed to claim 2% of leftover meals. Seconds. And when you serve a second meal, it has to be the entire meal, including the meal. Again, to be claimed for reimbursement. And again, you can only serve 2%. So if you serve 100 kids that day, you serve seconds, you can only claim 2% of that 100 to get reimbursed. So it's just not a good practice because it's not going to be cost effective. If a site chooses to purchase additional food with summer program funds, the food must be accreditable food under the meal pattern requirements. Expenditures for foods that may not be served as part of the reimbursable meal based on the summer meal patterns are not allowable costs. Condiments served with accreditable food are exempt from this restriction. Sites wishing to serve additional food that do not meet summer program meal patterns must use non-program funds. In other words, if you're wanting, let's say you're wanting to purchase chocolate pudding as part of your menu, that's a non-creditable food and it must be purchased with your sponsor or organization money. You can't purchase those with your summer program reimbursement money. Sites with additional funds available are encouraged to use the funds to improve the reimbursable meals served by using fresher, healthier, more nutritious products such as fresh fruits and vegetables, lean meats, and unprocessed cheeses, not candy, popsicles, and sweet items. In addition to serving meals that meet meal pattern requirements, sponsors must comply with the following rules when serving meals at each of their sites. Serve the same meal to all children. This means all children receive a meal meeting the meal pattern requirements, not that all meals must be identical in every component. Children with disabilities must be accommodated and therefore may not receive the same meal. Except where permitted by the state agency, ensure that children eat all meals on site. The state agency allows items from the fruit vegetable component of the meal pattern to be taken off site. However, sponsors should allow this only at sites where there is enough staff to monitor this practice. This is a choice, this is not a must. You don't have to let the children take a fruit or vegetable home. This is your choice. Ensure that all children in attendance at the site receive one meal before any child is served a complete second meal or any adult meals are served if you serve adult meals. Must adhere to local health and sanitation regulations. Must make adequate arrangements for food service during inclement weather if meals are usually served at an outdoor site. This could include an alternate indoor site, a shady spot for hot days, or discontinuance of meal service for that day. If discontinued, sponsor must notify the state agency and the public in advance that the meal will not be served on that day. And you must serve meals during the times of meal service submitted on your application and approved by the state agency. That state agency must approve any, any changes in meal service time. Meals must be consumed on site in order to be eligible for reimbursement unless the meal is served on a field trip with proper notification to the state agency or off-site consumption is otherwise approved by FNS. In extenuating circumstances, sponsors may allow off-site consumption of meals as long as meals taken off-site are not claimed for reimbursement. Failure to meet this congregate feeding requirement results in the disallowance of meals and may lead to a determination of serious deficiency of the sponsor's operation of the program. However, sponsors may allow a child to take a fruit or vegetable or grain off-site, like I mentioned earlier, or talking about the share table. The share table food has to be consumed on site. And taking a vegetable or a fruit home, again, is the sponsor's choice. And please do not allow that unless you have enough staff at that site to monitor that situation. The state agency has been permitted to approve summer sponsors to serve suppers in place of lunches in certain circumstances, including where an area is eligible for the program, but sites, meal preparation facilities, or staff are not available for a lunch meal service, or an organization has developed a late afternoon or evening program like Vacation Bible School for children in low-income areas to keep them occupied in the summer months, but do not have sufficient resources to provide children with meals. Therefore, state agency may approve a sponsor to serve a supper in place of a lunch when it is feasible and appropriate. Except for camps and migrant sites, sponsors are not allowed to serve a supper and a lunch at the same site. And we've already talked about that. That is a combination that is not allowed. Sponsors have the discretion to serve meals to anyone. However, only meals served to children may be claimed as reimbursable meals. along with children ages 18 years and younger. Summer program regulations also define children as persons over 18 who are determined by the state or local educational agency or local public education agency as having a mental or physical disability and who participated during the school year in a public or private school and the program established for the mental or physical disabled. Therefore, meals served to any person who meets the above definition may be claimed as reimbursable meals. Meals served to adults must be reported differently than those served to children, depending on the classification of the adult served as either a program or a non-program adult. Program adults work directly with the meal service at the site as either volunteers or paid employees. Meals may be served free to adults who meet this definition. These meals may not be claimed as a reimbursable meal, but may be counted as legitimate operating costs to your program. These are only for adults that prepare the meals and serve them. Non-program adults do not work in any direct way with the meal service at the site, such as a parent or guardian, or maybe even a teacher. Sponsors have the option to serve meals to non-program adults at no charge or charge a fee for the meal. The cost of meals served to non-program adults may be counted as part of the sponsor's operating costs only if the adult pays for that meal, or non-program funds cover the full cost of the meal and the money received was reported as income to the program. So if you're a school and you're having summer school and you want to feed your teachers free, you're not really going to feed them free because your general fund at that school is going to have to pay the summer program back for those meals, and you're going to have to keep financial documents to show that. You're going to have to show that your general fund paid the summer program, OCAS code 766, for these adult meals, okay? If meals are served to non-program adults, sponsors must either charge the adults at least the full cost of the meal, the full cost of the reimbursement rate, which is going to be on your online application, including food and non-food supplies, labor, and value of commodities, or use other non-program funds for the cost of these meals, like I just said. Additionally, when a sponsor chooses to serve meals to adults, the following rules must be observed. All children must be fed first. Income from the sale of the adult meals and non-program funds used to pay for adult meals must be documented, like I just said. Meals served to children, including second meals, program adults, and non-program adults, must be counted and recorded separately on your daily meal count form. And there's a place on there that shows if you served adult meals and how many were served. The calculation of meal cost should be based on the full cost of producing the meal. For example, food, supplies, labor, and other costs incurred by the sponsor. Sponsors also should include the value of the USDA food used to prepare the meal, or this value may be based on the current year annual entitlement per meal value of USDA food. Serving family-style meals can help children develop good eating habits through the personal example provided by supervising adults. Camps and only closed enrolled sites may offer this option. If you have questions if you're a camp and you have questions or would like to consider serving family-style meals, please contact me and we will talk more about that. Sponsors are required to notify the state agency of all field trips that affect the time or location of meal service. Although formal approval of the alternative meal service is not a federal requirement, whenever sponsors plan field trips that may affect the time or location of meal services, the state agency must be informed. Sponsors also are advised to notify the food service vendor in advance of any trips if applicable. It may be helpful for sponsors to provide a calendar of scheduled trips with the program application if trips are scheduled in advance. A field trip notification form is located on the webpage under form, and sponsors must complete and submit the form to the state agency at least 72 hours prior to any field trips. And there's also a section on each of your site applications on the online application where you can list field trips. And you may not know the exact dates of field trips right now, but as soon as you know them, please contact me and let me know, and we will talk about if you're going to provide meals and what takes place if you go on a field trip. Furthermore, sponsors should notify the state agency again of any changes, additions, and or cancellations to scheduled field trips. If the state agency is not notified prior to the field trip, meals served may be considered consumed off-site and may not be reimbursed. So make sure if you're going to do field trips, you contact me. Sponsors serving meals off-site also must carefully ensure the safety and quality of the meals by using adequate storage equipment to transport them and keeping the meals at temp. Sponsors must establish meal times for each site and provide this information to the state agency. Therefore, when applying to participate in the program or providing annual updates to program information, sponsors must provide the state agency with information regarding the times of the meal service at each site, but are not required to ensure that specific time periods elapse between the meal services. So Mina, I'm not sure about being picked up and consumed in the classroom. Just contact me and we'll talk more about that. And a fruit can be taken off site, but it has to be your choice as a sponsor, and you have to have enough staff to monitor that, to make sure, in other words, to make sure other items are not going home that shouldn't. Okay, so this next PowerPoint section, we are going to review information on determining the number of staff members needed to effectively run your program and staff members' responsibilities. The size and type of a sponsor's summer program will dictate many of the sponsor's staffing needs. Depending on a sponsor's program, many positions will require only part-time employment, particularly in the planning and closeout phases. The need for record-keeping personnel varies according to the size of your program. To meet program monitoring requirements, USDA recommends no less than one monitor for every 15 to 20 sites. In urban areas, the number of monitors necessary for rural sites may increase depending on the geographic area to be covered. Also, varied opening and closing dates of individual site operations affect staffing needs. In every case, however, the sponsor must provide adequate personnel for overall program management and monitoring. Okay, so your director, and keep in mind, you may have, depending on how small or large your program is, you may have individuals that wear more than one hat or are responsible for more than one position, except your monitors. Your monitor has to be a person that's going to go out and visit your sites and make sure they're doing everything right. And they're going to do your site visit forms and everything have to be completed. And your monitor must be a district employee if you're a school, and your monitor cannot be the person that's in charge in your cafeteria, because that's who your monitor is going to be monitoring, if you will. The director will annually attend state agency training, provide overall management and supervise the summer program, have a role in selecting sites, submit applications and agreements to the state agency, correspond with the state agency, coordinate with other agencies and conduct outreach efforts, hire, train, and supervise your staff, arrange for food preparation or delivery, ensure that all monitoring requirements are met, adjust meal orders, submit claims, ensure civil rights compliance, and handle all agreements and contracts, bidding, and negotiations with vendors for purchased meals. Your assistant director will provide initial and ongoing training for sponsor and site personnel, design forms for record-keeping purposes. Most forms you need, we've already designed ourselves, but if you have a form that you need to produce for your own organization, that's fine too. Your assistant director will act as a liaison with vendor to adjust meal deliveries. They will also double check claims, maintain time and attendance records of staff, and maintain records of number of meals served. Your area supervisor duties will schedule monitoring visits, check monitoring reports, prepare weekly summaries of monitoring efforts, provide ongoing training for monitors, visit sites with monitors if necessary, determine need for and following through on corrective actions, review the meal count submitted by sites for unusual meal count patterns. For example, first meals usually equals the meals delivered, which means they're not going to serve every meal every day. Your count's going to adjust because you're going to have children walking in every day. Oversee several monitors, and your area supervisor will report site problems to the director or the assistant director. Your bookkeeper will maintain the following records: daily site reports, invoices and bills, food costs, labor costs, administrative costs, other costs, and program income. They also may prepare your claims, prepare payroll, and even purchase office supplies. Your monitors are critical to the successful operation of your summer program sites. They are your eyes and ears, providing valuable feedback about how the sites are operating by visiting sites on a regular basis and observing meal services. The sponsor is required to hold annual trainings on program duties for monitors and other sponsor personnel. The monitor will be trained to check on site operations to ensure that site personnel maintains daily records, ensure the program operates in accordance with requirements, visits all sites within the first week of food service operations, review food service operations at all sites within the first 4 weeks of operation, or if your program is shorter than 4 weeks, prepare reports of visits and reviews, report unresolved or critical issues to the director, revisit sites as necessary, suggest corrective actions for problems encountered, ensure that sites take corrective actions, conduct on-site training as necessary. The monitor visits sites on a regular basis and observes meal service operations. At a minimum, 1 monitor is needed for every 15 to 20 urban sites. For more information on site visits and reviews, please complete the Administering the Summer Food Program Monitor training. At the monitor training session, the sponsor will do the following: explain monitor duties and responsibilities, distribute and review monitor site visit and review forms and any other records such as mileage records, train on procedures for monitoring meal counts, adjusting meal preparation or deliveries, reporting complaints to the vendor, and collecting site records. Monitors may be asked to attend the training session required for site supervisors and other staff members. This meeting will familiarize the monitor with the specific duties of the site supervisors and allow them to meet the staff with whom they will be working with directly. During the reviews and visits, monitors will find it necessary to explain the importance of following program rules and show how operations can be improved. This type of ongoing training of site personnel is a basic responsibility of each monitor. It may be necessary to give new site workers additional training in program requirements. It is important to document this training in reports. The sponsor must ensure that the authority and responsibilities of its monitors are clear to the monitoring staff, site supervisors, and office personnel. Sponsors must ensure that the following minimum monitoring requirements are met. Pre-operational visits. Sponsors must visit all new and problem sites before they begin operations. These visits are required to ensure the sites have facilities to provide meal services for the number of children expected to attend. Site visits. All sponsors are required to visit all sites at least once during the first week of operation. And site reviews. Sponsors must review all sites at least once during the first 4 weeks of program operations, or if your program is shorter than 4 weeks. After this initial period, sponsors must conduct a reasonable level of monitoring. If a site operates less than 4 weeks, like I just said, the sponsor must still conduct a review. Also, monitoring must continue throughout the duration of your program at a level sufficient to ensure that sites are complying with program regulations. And these 3 forms for operational visit, site visit, and site review forms are on the website under record keeping forms. Effective monitoring is necessary for many reasons. Monitoring ensures that sites operate according to program rules and that accurate site records are available to justify payment to the sponsor. But most importantly, monitoring ensures that children in the community are getting nutritious meals. To be an effective monitor, it will be necessary to spend enough time at each assigned site to check the meal service operation. Therefore, it will be important to know the program requirements so problems at the sites can be identified quickly and solutions recommended. When monitors observe program operations at sites, they usually make either a visit or a review. A site visit requires a monitor to ensure the food service is operating smoothly and any apparent problems are immediately resolved. For a visit, the monitor does not need to be present during the entire meal service. A site visit is typically done during the first week of operation. These site visits must not be confused with the pre-operational visits for new sites. A pre-operational visit is conducted before the site even begins food service operations. Pre-operational visits must be conducted for new sites and sites that had issues last year. A site review requires a monitor to determine if the site is meeting all the various program requirements, and to accomplish this, the monitor will have to observe a complete meal service from beginning to end. This includes delivery or preparation of the meal service, and the cleanup after the meals. The monitor will check meals at the site to see that the meal pattern requirements are being met. These requirements ensure well-balanced, nutritious meals that supply the kinds and amount of foods that children require, meeting their nutrient and energy needs. The monitor must make sure that the meal or snack service contain the required components for that meal or snack. At sites, which will be schools that may elect to do offer versus serve, the meals offered to participants must meet the meal pattern requirements. Summer program meal patterns can be located on our webpage. When observing the meal service at the site, keep in mind food safety rules, including temperature requirements during preparation, delivery, storage, and serving. Knowing the 5 core messages of clean, separate, cook, and chill will help keep the food served safe to eat. For more information on sanitation and food safety, contact your local health department. In conducting the site review, plan to arrive before the meal service begins and plan to observe the entire meal service. Check to see that the site's non-discrimination poster is placed in a prominent place and that all children have equal access to meals served. Conduct a point of service meal count and compare your counts with those of the site supervisor's meal count. Complete the site monitoring form and obtain the site supervisor's signature. On the form, thoroughly explain the specific nature and extent of any problems observed and the action to be taken to correct the problem. An in-depth discussion on conducting site reviews can be found in the USDA Monitor's Guide, which is one of the guides for the summer program that the USDA has, and we have a link to those manuals on our website. A first week visit form and a site review form can also be found under forms on our webpage, like I just said. Records of pre-operational visits, site visits, and reviews will help sponsors assess the operation of sites. Records are only useful, however, when they are carefully reviewed by the sponsor personnel and when follow-up monitoring is scheduled to ensure that any corrections have been made. Each sponsor must therefore design a system for handling monitoring reports. Sponsors must have a system that will ensure that monitors return reports frequently, if possible, each day. A pre-operational visit, site visit, and site review reports must be immediately reviewed by a specific member of the sponsor staff other than the monitor. The sponsor staff is responsible for following up on any problems. The staff member should review any problems found by the monitor, contact the site supervisor if necessary, document corrective action taken at the site, schedule a follow-up review if necessary, and sign and date the report. The sponsor staff must base the timing of a follow-up review on the severity of the problem. All problems need to be corrected within 24 hours minimum. When sponsors or their staff review monitor reports, they also should pay attention to the quality of the report. There are several indicators that may be apparent in the monitor's report that may suggest a program knowledge or a misunderstanding of the monitor's responsibilities. Some indicators may indicate a monitor needs additional training are they did not answer all the questions on the report, they rarely noted problems, and they do not include comments in the remarks section of the report, or observes the number of meals delivered or served and the number of children who are in attendance are always the same, and yet they do not think this is the issue that needs to be followed up on or a suspicious pattern. Other indicators that monitors may need additional training are located in the administrative guide for sponsors. And again, that's a manual that's located on our web page for you. Your site supervisor will serve meals, clean up after the meals, ensure safe and sanitary conditions are practiced at the site, ensure the safety of the food and comply with local and health safety standards, receive and account for delivered meals, ensure that children eat all meals on site, plan and organize daily site activities, implement alternate food service arrangements during inclement weather, and take accurate meal counts at point of service. Sponsors are required to arrange a pre-operational training session for you. The training should cover the kind of meal service, self-preparation or delivered your site will have, the types of meals your site will serve, breakfast, lunch, snack, and or supper, the times meals are delivered and served, recognizing and serving a complete reimbursement meal, and the proper method for counting the meals served. What you must do for your sponsor as an employee of the sponsor. You must attend training sessions provided by your sponsor before your site begins summer operation. Someone who has received program training must be present at each site when meals are being served. So when your meals are being served, someone in that kitchen must have attended your sponsor trainings. Excuse me. Must order from your sponsor or prepare at your site only the number of meals that you need. Even with the most carefully planned programs, sites occasionally have more meals than they do children that come to eat the meals. Discuss with your sponsor if seconds may be served or what to do with leftovers. So it's the sponsor's choice whether you allow seconds to be served or not. Your staff must check with you, the sponsor, to see how many meals will be delivered to your site. Count the number of meals delivered and check them thoroughly each day. Meals delivered should also be counted and checked for good program management. It is important to check food on delivery for proper temperatures. Make sure thermometers are available to check the temperatures. Sign only for the number of acceptable meals delivered and write the time of delivery on the receipt. If everything has been delivered correctly, sign the receipt. If the delivery is not correct, do not sign the receipt without clearly writing on the receipt the problems with your site's delivery. You should immediately notify your sponsor of the problems of the meals you had delivered that day. Keep a copy of the delivery receipt and meal count record daily report. The delivery receipt should identify what meal was delivered, the number of meals delivered, the date and time of delivery, and match the menu for the day the meals were delivered and served. Your sponsor will let you know how and when your receipts and daily meal count forms will be submitted. And your staff must count meals at the point of service. This helps to make sure that the meal counts are accurate. At the end of each meal, record on the daily report form provided by the sponsor the number of complete breakfasts, lunches, snacks, or suppers, whichever 2 meals you're serving at your site, you served as first meals. And you must make sure the meals served meet meal pattern requirements, and you must serve 1 complete reimbursement meal to each child. Your staff also must serve only 1 meal to each child during approved meal service time. After all children receive 1 complete meal, you may serve a limited number of second meals if your sponsor allows seconds to be served. Must be sure that children eat the entire meal at the site unless the sponsor allows the fruit 1 item to go home. Do not allow parents to eat any portion of their child's meal, and must serve meals to children 18 years and younger, or children older than that qualify under physical and mental disabilities determined by educational agency. Never serve spoiled food or incomplete meals to children. Contact your sponsor immediately if you receive spoiled or incomplete meals so that the sponsor can resolve the problem. Allow all children equal access to services and facilities at your site, regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. In a prominent place, display a non-discrimination poster provided by your sponsor. If your site is outdoors, you may want to take the poster back and forth each day or attach it to your coolers or warming units. Make program material provided by your sponsor available to public upon request, and comply with any guidance provided by your monitor. It is very important that participants understand the rules for the summer program. Although signs and posters around the site will help both children and neighborhood adults remember the rules, you should make sure they understand the rules. Before mealtime of your program, take time to talk with any children that are there about the following: who may eat at the site, children who are 18 or younger, or other children have been established physically or mentally disabled by an education agency, when the meals will be served, where the meals will be served when the weather is bad, what type of meals will be served, why meals must be eaten at the site unless your sponsor allows one item to go home. This is to ensure the safety of food and that the food is consumed by the child. The meal pattern requirements ensure well-balanced, nutritious meals that supply the kinds and amounts of foods that children require to help meet the nutrient and energy needs. You must make sure that meals served at your site meet the meal pattern requirements listed. Compare the menus of the meals to be served at your site with these requirements and learn to recognize incomplete or non-reimbursable meals. Here are some basic food safety rules to keep in mind. Bacteria can grow rapidly between 40 degrees Fahrenheit and 140 degrees Fahrenheit, which includes room temperature. This is known as the danger zone. Avoid holding foods in this temperature danger zone. Do not hold a food in the temperature danger zone for longer than 2 hours. After 2 hours, the food must be discarded and thrown away. Keep meals and milk not being served at the time in the refrigerator or cooler at a temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit or below. Hot meals should be in a warming unit or insulated box at a holding temperature of 140 degrees Fahrenheit or more. Remember that you cannot determine food safety by sight, taste, odor, or smell. And this is some summer program rules that you must do. Prepare or order only the number of meals needed. Count the meals as they are received. Check the meals to be sure you have received all the menu items and that none of the items are damaged or spoiled. Clean the site before you serve the meal. Put up the approved non-discrimination poster. Serve the meals only during the assigned time period. Prepare and serve the meal according to state and local health and safety standards. Serve the children in an organized manner at meal times and serve each child all menu items at one time. Here are some more things that you must do. Count and record the number of complete meals that they are given out. Count and complete second meals if your sponsor allows seconds. Complete the daily records in a timely manner. Encourage the children to try new foods and clean your site after every meal. And these are some summer program don'ts. Do not sign meal receipts until all meals are carefully counted and checked. Do not allow discrimination against any child because of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. Do not forget to have each meal service supervised by a person trained in the operation of the program. And do not hesitate to contact your sponsor if you have concerns. Okay, so that is the end of this slide section. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and go visit the facilities and refresh your coffee or water or whatever you have. So we will rejoin in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I'm back. Okay, in this PowerPoint slide, we are going to talk about applying to become a summer program sponsor, the VCA checklist for nonprofits, how applications are approved, what happens if an application is denied, what is included in the permanent sponsor agreement, what a sponsor may appeal, and a planning checklist for your program. All sponsors are required to submit an initial program application. The application process involves submittal of paper forms and online forms. A list of application requirements cannot be all-inclusive. However, the following slides indicate the basic application requirements that sponsors must satisfy. The application materials must demonstrate adequate administrative and financial responsibility to manage an effective food service. School food authorities and other sponsors currently in good standing in the National School Lunch, School Breakfast, or CACFP are not required to submit further evidence of financial and administrative capability when applying for the summer program participation. Typically, schools and CACFP sponsors participating in other child nutrition programs have already demonstrated that they have the financial and administrative capability necessary to operate the National School Lunch, School Breakfast, or CACFP. A school or CACFP sponsor is considered to be in good standing if it has been reviewed during the previous 12 months and had no significant deficiencies. However, the state agency has the discretion to deny the applications or, at a minimum, require additional evidence of financial and administrative capability from the school and CACFP sponsors that have had significant problems operating the NSLP, SBP, or CACFP. All nonprofits are required to submit an initial VCA checklist as part of the application requirements. Once the VCA is approved by the state agency, then the sponsor will be given access to the online application and other forms that must be completed. In order to participate in summer program, sponsors must enter into a permanent program agreement with the state agency. The agreement is a legally binding document that specifies the rights and responsibilities of both the sponsor and the state agency and should be read carefully before being signed. The Healthy Hunger Free Act requires that the agreement between the state agency and the summer sponsor be permanent. This means that once the state agency and the summer sponsor enters an agreement, it does not need to be renewed. However, summer program sponsors operating under a permanent agreement must submit renewal information that must be provided to the state agency annually. Applicants must understand that describing the agreement as permanent means only that the agreement has no predetermined expiration date. Under certain circumstances, these agreements may be amended or canceled, and this feature of the agreement does not create contractual obligations beyond those described in the summer regulation. This requirement reduces paperwork for sponsors and state agencies and simplifies program management. Under the agreement, the sponsor must agree to operate a nonprofit food service during the agreed upon period, usually from May through September, for children on school vacation, must serve meals that meet the program requirements at the approved sites during times designated as meal service period by the sponsor, and serve the same meal to all children, must serve meals without cost to all children, must issue a free meal policy statement, must train administrative and site personnel as required, must claim reimbursement only for types of meals specified in the agreement, and serve without charge to eligible children at approved sites during the approved meal service period. Sponsors must submit claims for reimbursement as required by the state agency, must maintain proper sanitation and health standards as required by state and local laws, must use program food donated by the USDA and accepted by the sponsor, must have access to facilities necessary for storing, preparing, and serving food, must maintain a financial management system as prescribed by the state agency, must maintain documentation of required site visits and reviews, and make all accounts and records relating to the program available to authorized officials on request, and must retain financial administrative responsibility for the summer program. Applicants must also submit documentation of tax exempt status under the Federal Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and they are private, if they are private, non-profit entities. Note, summer program regulations do not require church sponsors to obtain federal tax exempt documentation. And applicants must also submit a W-9 form and a data universal numbering system we call a DUNS number. A DUNS number is a unique, non-indicative nine-digit identifier issued and maintained by Dun & Bradstreet that verifies the existence of a business entity globally. DMB assigns DUNS numbers for each physical location of a business. You may go to SAM, like short for Samuel.gov, for issuance of a DUNS number. More information regarding the DUNS number can be found on the webpage under resources. And each business must have a DUNS number, and pay attention to your expiration date on that DUNS number because it must be renewed every year. And please send those DUNS certifications that include your DUNS number and your expiration date on it to me. For enrolled sites, applicants must provide a written policy statement on free meals. This policy statement, which must be approved by the state agency, explains that the same meal is served to all enrolled children regardless of reimbursement status and without discrimination against any child because of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. Camps that charge separately for meals also must explain that the camp uses USDA's eligibility standards for family size and income levels at the level of reduced price school meals. And camps must describe how the camp accepts income eligibility forms from campers and assures that children whose families receive SNAP, PIPR, or TANF benefits are automatically eligible for free meals. A camp also must describe how the camp will collect payments from children who must pay the full price for their meals and how the camp ensures that children receiving free meals are not overtly identified. That means if you're feeding the children at your camp and they're coming through the line, you can't openly speak out and say, oh yeah, you're free, here's your meal. Oh yeah, you need to pay for your meal. You can't say that. You're overtly identifying those children in front of other children, and that's discrimination, okay? Also, camps must ensure that the camp has a hearing procedure for families who want to appeal a denial of eligibility for free meals, and camps must ensure that if a family requests a hearing, the child will continue to see the free meals until a decision is made by that hearing official. Sponsors must submit documentation demonstrating site eligibility for all sites, and sponsors must submit a sample of a 1-month menu for all meals offered at that site. So part of your application process is you must submit a 4-week cycle menu or a 1-month menu to me for approval. Once the application is approved, sponsors can find an example of the media release on our website. This will need to be put on your sponsor letterhead and sent to your news media outlets as well as the local health department. A copy of this letter must be submitted to me, the state agency, before the application will be totally approved. Purpose of the media release is to announce the availability of free meals, the non-discrimination policy, and complaint procedures if an individual wishes to file a complaint for violation of non-discrimination policy. Sponsors that plan to use a food service management company to provide meals must submit a copy of the invitation for bid. Sponsors also should submit plans for advertisement for bids if they intend to contract with a food service management company. Sponsors that plan to use the school food authority to provide meals must submit a copy of the vended meal agreement. Oops, sorry. Go back one. Yes. Sponsors must certify that a training program will be conducted for monitors and site personnel including information explaining when the training will be held and the topics that will be discussed. If the sponsor is a governmental entity or a private nonprofit organization, the sponsor must certify that it will have direct operational control at each of its sites. So you do have to keep records of your training that you do with all of your sponsor staff. You don't have to send that to me, but you have to keep it in your records, because when we come out to review you, we need to see proof that that training took place. And I'll stop there because I have something else to say, but I know it's further in this training, so we'll just wait till we find it. SFSP application consists of both sponsor information and site information. The sponsor application includes contact information for the sponsor, contact information for administrative staff, the management plan budget based on estimated administrative costs and estimated operating costs for the upcoming year, information on the meal service, etc. The site application includes documentation that the site is capable of managing an effective meal service times, documentation of eligibility, average daily attendance, etc. A site application must be completed for each participating site, and that is on your online application. The application addendum is required from all sponsors before the process may begin. So every one of you, no matter what type of sponsor you are, must submit an application addendum, and that is found on our website also. The deadline for submitting a summer application to operate the summer program is April 30th of every year. Every year you have to modify and update your summer application, and it's due every year by April 30th. Within 30 days of receiving a completed application, the state agency will notify the applicant of its approval or disapproval. If the application is incomplete, state agency will notify the applicant within 15 days and provide technical assistance to help the applicant complete the application process. Approval to participate must be denied to any applicant found to be seriously deficient in the operation of any federal child nutrition program, including those disqualified from Cacfp. Sponsors will receive reimbursement only for meals that are served after they have been approved for program operations. Sponsors must be certain that they have been approved before they begin their meal service. So the process I do with that is once I totally approve your summer application, I send you an official email with official approval letting you know the application's been approved. Until you receive that email, do not start your program, because if you do, you cannot claim those meals. We will not pay for those meals because they are not reimbursable if your application is not approved. Okay? Once the initial application has been approved by the state agency, more limited annual updates, like I just mentioned a few minutes ago, to the application will be required. Federal law requires that sponsors submit an annual budget for approval by the state agency. And on our website under record keeping forms, and this is our website right here, sde.ok.gov/summer food. Under record keeping forms, there's a checklist, and it's a really helpful cheat sheet, I call it, for you, because it lists everything required to apply for the summer program. So you can go through there and do your checklist as you find the forms that are required to submit to me and fill out your application. Okay, so next we're going to the next PowerPoint section. It's going to talk some more about training. Okay, the objective in this training, after sponsors are approved to operate the summer program, they must operate the program in compliance with federal regulations, summer program instructions, circulars, guidance materials, and applicable state and local laws. This session will cover specific training requirements for the sponsor and the sponsor's administrative staff, monitors, and your site staff. So this is going to brush over again on the type of training that you yourself have to attend, and all of your staff, no matter what their position is, have to attend. The comprehensive training effort on program requirements will help ensure that you have a smoothly operated program. Monitoring site administrative personnel are performing their duties according to program regulations. Meals will be eligible for reimbursement. Accurate and adequate records are available to document the cost of meals claimed. Improvements in site quality. Benefits to participating children are maximized. Training is enhanced when good communication is established with the in-office staff members, the monitors, and each one of your site staff. All right, wait. Okay. The state agency provides annual training for summer food service program sponsors that you're attending right now. Additionally, sponsors must annually train all of their administrative staff, monitor staff, and site staff before they undertake their responsibilities. The date training occurred, names of attendees, and documentation of the topics covered must be recorded for each training session offered. And see the training checklist for a complete list of training topics. So on our webpage, we have the training sign-in sheets for you. We've provided them for you, so you can print them off and have everyone sign at the different types of trainings that those forms have. And again, like I said, keep those in your summer records, because when we come out to review, we will have to see that you did train your staff. That is a requirement. The specific training needs of the sponsor's administrative staff will vary. Sponsors who have multiple sites may have administrative staff with varying SFSP duties, and responsibilities. Sponsors personnel helping to administer the summer program at the sponsor level may include the office staff, such as assistants, clerks, bookkeepers, and/or secretaries, area supervisors, and your monitors. Sponsors operating a single site may have only 1 or 2 persons responsible for administrating all aspects of the program. Specific areas of the training may require greater depth with different employees. For example, the staff responsible for monitoring the summer program operation at the site level requires an in-depth knowledge of the summer program site operations, meal pattern requirements, record keeping, and conducting site monitoring visits and reviews with follow-ups as necessary. Staff responsible for only the meal preparation and the meal service requires knowledge of the summer program meal pattern requirements and record keeping associated with receiving, preparing, and completing the pouring and stillness meal counts daily. Training for administrative staff should cover the topics listed in the training checklist for administrative staff. Begin with a general explanation of the summer program, emphasizing the following topics: the purpose of the program, site eligibility, record keeping requirements, organized site activity if applicable, meal requirements, and non-discrimination compliance. Describe the specific details regarding how the program will operate in the sponsor's organization, use of the cycle menu, delivery receipt forms, daily reporting forms for sites. Include in your discussion how meals will be provided, the delivery schedule, if applicable, and what records are kept and what forms are used. If a separate training is not held for monitors, provide an overview of the specific duties of the monitor, including conducting site visits and reviews, listing sites for which they are responsible, the monitoring schedule, the reporting procedure, the follow-up procedures, and office procedures if they apply, and use of the monitor review, visit report form, and the mileage log if you as a sponsor pays your monitor mileage. Well-trained monitors who are knowledgeable in program requirements and duties will provide meaningful feedback to the sponsor. Therefore, monitors should be present at both the site and administrative training to ensure a comprehensive understanding of program operations at both levels. Since the monitoring function is so important to proper program operations and receiving a full reimbursement, sponsors should conduct separate training sessions for monitors that highlight their specific roles and duties. The training of monitors should outline the specific duties of monitors, including sites for which they will be responsible, conducting site visits and reviews, monitoring schedules, reporting, record-keeping procedures, follow-up procedures, office procedures, local sanitation and health laws, civil rights, reporting of racial ethnic data, and considerations for personal safety. Materials to use in training monitoring will include the pre-operational visit form, first week site form, site review form, monitor mileage log, ethnic and racial data form, and the monitor guide. And again, all the guides can be found on our website. The link to the guides or manuals for the summer program. SFS or summer program regulations require that no food service site may operate until personnel at that site have attended at least one of the sponsors' training sessions. This is an annual requirement. You must train your staff annually. Sponsors must document the attendance at site training sessions and schedule additional sessions for those staff that are absent. Regulations also require that at least one person who has been trained by the sponsor be present at each site during the meal times. This means that if a site supervisor who has attended the sponsor's training session resigns during the summer, the sponsor is responsible for ensuring that the new site supervisor receives all necessary training before taking charge at that site. So no matter whether your staff starts now or they start 30 days into your program, they must be trained on the summer program. As a minimum, sponsors should be certain that they cover the following topics in the training session for site personnel. Begin with a general explanation of the summer program, purpose of the summer program, site eligibility, necessity for accurate daily records, and importance of organized activities at the site if applicable. Describe how the site will operate, types of meals, meal pattern requirements, and adjusting the number of meals, procedures for sites obtaining meals from food service management companies, other commercial meal vendors, or the sponsor's central kitchen as appropriate, delivery schedules, and who to contact regarding problems. Explain the record keeping requirements, including daily record keeping requirements, delivery receipts, records documenting seconds, leftovers, and spoiled meals, daily labor records, collection of daily record forms, and maintaining copies of meal service forms. Outline the monitor's responsibilities to all of your staff. Discover the monitor's duties and authority, areas of assignment, and introduction to site supervisors. Explain civil rights requirements. A separate training is provided by the state agency on civil rights requirements. This training can be found on OSD Connect, and you must train all of your employees on civil rights. If you're a school district and the same kitchen staff you have right now is going to be working in your kitchen for the summer, and they've already attended civil rights for the school district, just get a copy of that civil rights training with their name listed on there and have it in your summer record to show they were trained this school year on civil rights. If not, then make sure you train all of your employees on civil rights. Explain other miscellaneous policies such as the sponsor's policies regarding inclement weather and alternate service areas, problems with problems with unauthorized adult eating program meals, problems with discipline, use of equipment, facilities, and materials available for organized recreational activities. Excuse me. Regarding trash removal, implementing corrective action, and nutrition education. Got tongue-tied there. Apologize for that. Materials used in training site staff include cycle menus, food production forms, inventory and delivery forms, monitoring forms, daily meal count forms, and again, like I mentioned, all of these forms are located on our website under record keeping forms for your use and for your availability. Site personnel and monitors must understand the importance of accurate point of service meal counts. This is very critical. Only complete reimbursable meals served to eligible children can be claimed. Therefore, meals must be counted as they are served at the actual point of service. A child's meal is counted by marking off the appropriate number on the meal count form. There's an example of it here on this slide. When the child has picked up the complete reimbursable meal, Meal counts are not done by counting leftover meals and or counting trays by marking the meal count record after several children have gone through the line, like I explained earlier in this training. Counting meals at the point of service allows site personnel to ensure that only complete reimbursable meals can be claimed. Therefore, only site personnel who have been trained in point of service meal counts and trained on this daily meal count form may sign the daily meal count records. In summary, this session has covered the training requirements for sponsor and summer program staff, including administrative personnel, site monitors, and site staff. An in-depth discussion of training requirements is located in the USDA Summer Program Administrative Guidance for sponsors. And again, those manuals are on our website. An in-depth discussion of training requirements is located again in the Summer Program Administrative Guidance for sponsors. Sponsors are encouraged to review this section in the guidebook to ensure staff is trained in compliance with USDA regulations and requirements. Okay, so we are going to move right along to the next PowerPoint section. All right. This PowerPoint section is going to talk about civil rights. Civil rights requirements are intended to ensure benefits of child nutrition programs are made available to all eligible participants in a non-discriminatory manner. All sponsors receiving federal monies must implement the civil rights requirements to be eligible for programs. Discrimination is defined as different treatment to people, which makes a distinction of one person or a group of persons from others, either intentionally, by neglect, or by the actions or lack of actions based on the protected classes. The USDA non-discrimination statement contains numerous protected classes which will not apply to all programs. The 6 protected classes relevant to Oklahoma Child Nutrition Program Summer Program remains limited to race, color, national origin, sex, age, and disability. Discrimination can be easily remembered by thinking of the 4 Ds. Discrimination is when an individual or group of individuals are delayed receiving benefits or services that others receive, denied benefits or services that others receive, treated differently than others to their disadvantage, or given disparate treatment, something which does not seem discriminatory but has a discriminatory impact in practice. Any participant or potential participant may submit a civil rights complaint of unequal treatment verbally or in writing. Complainants may choose to directly contact USDA with their complaints, contact Oklahoma State Department of Education Child Nutrition Programs with their complaints, or they may notify you, the sponsor, of their complaints. The sponsor must forward all discrimination complaints received regarding the summer program to the Oklahoma State Department of Education Child Nutrition Programs within 3 working days. A complaint must be filed within 180 days of the alleged discriminatory action. All sponsors must develop a written civil rights complaint procedure and implement this procedure. Sponsors may adopt Oklahoma's Summer Food Service Program prototype procedure located on our webpage. If sponsors choose this option, they must put the sponsor's name at the top of the procedure and then train all of their staff on this civil rights procedure. So we do have civil rights training on our website that you can pull up and train all your employees at the same time on civil rights. And make sure they sign in on a training sheet and keep that to show they've been trained. And again, like I said, if you're a school district and your kitchen staff you have right now is going to work for the summer program, and they've already been trained on civil rights for this school year, just get a copy of that civil rights training and keep it in your records. The civil rights complaint procedure is as follows. The civil rights complaint is received by the sponsor, either verbally or in writing. Next, the sponsor logs the complaint in the civil rights complaint log. Additionally, the sponsor gives complainant the civil rights complaint form, or the sponsor assists the complainant to complete the civil rights complaint form if needed. If the complainant returns the civil rights complaint form to the sponsor, again, the sponsor must forward that civil rights complaint form to the state agency within 3 working days. Civil rights complaint forms must be readily available at every one of your sites, including the main office, even though it's not a serving site. The sponsor must make every attempt to help the complainant complete the civil rights complaint form. And the civil rights complaint form and the complaint log is on our website. So you need to print that and you need to put it at every site. You need to put the complaint log and the complaint form at every site. All discrimination complaints must be documented in the civil rights complaint log. The civil rights complaint log must be dated and kept for 3 years, plus the current year you're in, even if no complaints have been received. At the end of each fiscal year, right across the log, no complaints received if they weren't received for that year. So your complaint log, for example, if you're on the program last year, should say 2021, and then you would document no complaints received. And you must keep this complaint log in your records for 3 years plus the year you're in right now. And I've always highly suggested you put your complaint forms in a specific color folder, like a red folder, and make sure every single employee at every site knows exactly where that file with your civil rights paperwork is in, because you could have a complaint, or we could walk in, or the USDA could walk in, and they're going to ask anybody in general, where's the civil rights complaint forms, and they need to know exactly where to go get it. All discrimination complaints must be documented in the civil rights complaint log. Civil rights complaint log, like I just said, must be dated and kept for 3 years plus the current year. I'm sorry, I already read that slide to you, didn't I? Non-discrimination statement. This is your short version here on this slide. This institution is an equal opportunity provider. This is the short version that you can use, this must be used on all literatures given to the public. Your menus, your statement to the media, your health department letter, your posters. Even if you advertise the summer program on your school website, you must include this short version of the non-discrimination statement, and the font of this short statement must be the same size font as the rest of the body of your program or poster. And then this is the long version of the non-discrimination statement. I just wanted you to see how long it is, because it took me, I believe, 4 slides to do the long one. So you can do the long one if you'd like, but you definitely have to at least do the short one. Okay. The non-discrimination statement must be included on program materials, like I said, such as enrollment forms, menus, employee handbooks, newsletters, brochures, parent or student handbooks, print or broadcast ads, flyers, and websites, like I just mentioned. All sponsors are responsible for ensuring program access for those with limited English proficiency, or also known as LEP. LEP is defined as individuals who have limited ability to read, speak, write, or understand English. Reasonable steps must be taken to ensure meaningful success to the program and activities. Some examples of reasonable accommodations may include providing documents in a variety of languages, providing translation services to those that need help in completing applications, and providing verbal information for those who are unable to read the written information provided. Consider these factors when determining reasonable steps to accommodate LEP. Number or proportion of people with limited English proficiency in the service population area. The greater the number, the higher the need. The frequency with which agencies or sponsors have or could expect to have contact with an individual from different language groups seeking assistance. The more frequent the contact with a particular language group, the more likely that enhanced language services in that language are needed. The importance of service provided. Will denial of the service cause a serious life-threatening implication? Resources available and the costs involved. Share resources to save money. Sponsors are to collect racial and ethnic data annually and maintain that data on file. The state agency may require seeing this information anytime. The state agency will review the racial and ethnic data during administrative reviews. Do not send the racial and ethnic data to the state agency unless requested, but make sure you do have that information in your summer files. And again, that form is on the website for your use. An important point to note regarding the racial and ethnic data collection is it is optional for participants to provide racial and ethnic information. However, it is a requirement for sponsors to collect and maintain racial and ethnic data on an annual basis. School districts may use student enrollment information. USDA has changed regulations on visual data, and as of today, we have received no guidance from the USDA yet on how they expect us to collect racial and ethnic data if we can't use visual data. I will keep you informed of that as soon as I am informed of how they expect us to do that. Racial and ethnic data collection is a two-step process. Separate categories will be used when collecting and reporting race and ethnicity of participants. You may collect this information either from enrollment, records, or attendance. The information is reported from a specific point in time, for instance, 1 day or 1 month, depending on what information you have available to you. Ethnicity is determined first, then racial designation second. The only designations for collection on ethnicity are Hispanic or Latino and not Hispanic or Latino. Hispanic or Latino is defined as a person of Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, South or Central American, or other Spanish culture or origin, regardless of race. The civil rights must-do list includes sponsors must offer any child nutrition program in a non-discriminatory manner. Sponsors must train staff annually on civil rights, document the training on the summer program training log form, and retain that documentation on file for 3 years plus the current year. Sponsors must develop and fully implement civil rights complaint procedures. Sponsors must make available to all staff, like I said earlier, the civil rights complaint form, civil rights complaint log, and the civil rights complaint procedures. It's like I mentioned earlier, make sure it's in a specific color folder, and every staff member must know where that's at. Additionally, sponsors must prominently display the Injustice for All poster at each of their sites and in the sponsor's office. Ensure the non-discrimination statement be on all printed and electronic materials available to the public, which mention USDA and/or child nutrition program meals and snacks. Offer meals to all participants in a non-discriminatory manner, and collect racial and ethnic data annually. Okay. Moving on to the next slide portion. The topics covered in this PowerPoint session are advances, program reimbursement, allowable and unallowable program costs, management responsibilities, and non-reimbursable meals. The method and procedures for program payments are discussed also. Program payments are the reimbursement that sponsors receive based on the number of meals they serve that meet summer program requirements for reimbursement. When sponsors apply for the program, they have the option to request advance payments. Advance payments may be requested for operating costs, administrative costs, or both operating and administrative costs. When determining the amount of the advance payment, the state agency will make the best possible estimate based on the sponsor's request and any other available data. These payments are advances on the reimbursement that the sponsors will receive for a month of operation. Advances are considered a short-term loan. Sponsors receiving an advance must pay the advance back. An advance is paid back through deduction from the future reimbursement payment for the month the advance was requested. Sponsors must request each advance payment for operating costs from the state agency at least 30 days before the payment dates of June 1st, July 15, and August 15. If sponsors participated in the previous year's program, the advance payments for operating costs are usually based on the reimbursement they earned during the same month in the previous year or last year. The state agency may also estimate advance payments as a percentage of anticipated costs. A sponsor operating a site for less than 10 days in any given month may not receive advance for operating costs for that month. Sponsors must request each advance payment for administrative costs from the state agency at least 30 days before the payment dates of June 1st and July 15. Sponsors planning to operate the program for less than 10 days cannot receive advance payments for administrative costs. The state agency may adjust the amount of advances based on monitoring or audits. Reimbursements are based on the number of reimbursement meals served multiplied by the sum of administrative and operational rates. Sponsors must maintain complete records to document all costs and meals they claim for reimbursement. Sites must be approved by the state agency prior to claiming meals for reimbursement. Sponsors are not eligible for reimbursement unless they have signed an agreement with the state agency. The necessary records to be maintained are discussed in the state agency record keeping located on our webpage. And this talks about camp reimbursement. Camp sponsors can be reimbursed only for meals served to children who are eligible for free or reduced price meals according to the income guidelines for a national school and school breakfast. With state agency approval, camps may claim reimbursement for serving up to 3 meals or 2 meals and 1 snack to eligible children each day. Therefore, a camp may not claim reimbursement for snacks on days that it claims reimbursement for breakfast, lunch, and supper. Alternately, a camp may not claim reimbursement for a 3rd meal on days that it claims a snack for reimbursement. Camp reimbursements are based on the number of children served who are eligible for free or reduced price meals. Sponsors of camps must maintain the documentation that demonstrates the free or reduced price eligibility of the children they claim reimbursement for and must make it available for review by the state agency. Camps may also charge non-eligible children a separate fee for meals. The current summer program reimbursement rates are located on our webpage. We already have them, so you can go there and get that. Reimbursements may be used to cover allowable operating costs that include but are not limited to the cost of food used, non-food supplies, which would be like your plates, your napkins, your sporks, and space for the food service. Reimbursements may be used to cover allowable administrative costs incurred by the organization for activities related to planning, organizing, and administering the summer program. As previously mentioned, the summer program has 2 different levels of administrative reimbursement rates. The higher reimbursement rates are for sponsors of sites that prepare or assemble their own meals, which we call self-prep, and for sponsors of sites located in rural areas. The lower rate is for all other sponsors. A rural area is any area that is not part of a metropolitan statistical area as defined by the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. With the approval of the state agency, an area may be defined as rural if it is a part of a metropolitan statistical area, MSA, but is isolated from the urban center. The state agency will be able to provide information on whether sites are considered rural for program purposes. According to a study conducted by FNS in '78, sponsors that prepare their own meals and operate in rural areas may incur higher costs than other sponsors. Therefore, additional administrative reimbursement is provided to sponsors who serve meals at rural sites and for self-prep meals. Okay. Unallowable costs are costs for which summer program funds may not be used. Some examples of unallowable costs are costs for excess meals ordered or prepared but not served to eligible children. For example, meals in excess of legitimate program adult meals and reimbursable meals, unless specifically approved by the state agency. Meals served in violation of program requirements. For example, food served that do not meet the meal pattern requirements, meals or unapproved components consumed off-site, or second meals served in excess of the 2% tolerance. Unallowable costs are the cost to purchase food, including coffee, etc., for use outside of the summer program. Unallowable costs are repayment of overclaims and other federal debts. And unallowable costs are costs of meals served to adults that are not in operation of the summer program. Funds accruing to the program must be documented, but will not be deducted from a sponsor's reimbursement. Sources of funds that are considered program income include cash donations specifically identified for use to the summer program, any federal, state, or local funds specifically provided to the program, and income from price of meals served to non-program adults. If you choose to, again, that's a sponsor's choice, whether you serve and sell meals to non-program adults. Any reimbursements or funds that exceed a sponsor's expenditures must be used in a way that benefits summer program services to children or other child nutrition programs operated by the sponsor. Sponsors with funds remaining at the end of the program year should use them as startup funds or for improving the summer program services in the following year. Sponsors may not transfer excess funds to operations that are not related to child nutrition programs or to increase salary or fringe benefit costs when the sole purpose of the increase is to reduce the food service program balance. If the sponsor will not be participating in the summer program the next year, funds may be used towards the sponsor's provision of other child nutrition programs. If the sponsor does not operate any other child nutrition program, the state agency will collect the excess funds you have in your program closed if you don't participate in the summer program the next year, after this year. Sponsors receive their program payments based on the number of meals served multiplied by the appropriate combined administrative and operating rates for reimbursement. Sponsors assume complete responsibility for all the information they submit on their claims. Claims for reimbursement must reflect only meals that meet summer program requirements and are actually served to eligible children during the claiming period. So your summer program claims must be issued after each month. So like when May 31st comes around, as soon as June 1st rolls around, you can issue your May claim. But you must issue your claim every month. And if you go 60 days without entering a claim, then you're going to have to ask for a 60-day exception. And if you've already been granted one within the last 3 years, you will not be granted another one. So please take heed in what I say. Submit your claims every month. If you're a new sponsor and you need help and technical assistance for me to walk you through your first claim, just contact me and I'll walk you through your first claim so you can see how that works. Okay. Based on records that are regularly submitted by the sites, sponsors must report the number and type of first and second meals served to all children. Sponsors of camps need to report the meals served to eligible children only. The total number of second meals claimed cannot exceed the 2% tolerance of the number of first meals for each type of meal served during the claiming period. Oklahoma State Department of Ed child nutrition programs can provide further guidance on serving second meals and on those situations where second meals will not be reimbursed. Excuse me. We have a Excuse me. We have a consolidation form for first and second meals on the website that you can use to keep track of your meal numbers. Sorry, got that coming on. Sponsors must maintain records of all operating and administrative costs, as well as any program income received. These records must be available for review by the Oklahoma State Department of Ed Child Nutrition Program. Sponsors that contract with food service management companies, or we also call FSMCs, for some or all aspects of the management of the food service program, may allow the FSMC to conduct the same activities for the summer program that are performed for National School Lunch. Sponsors must maintain responsibility for submitting claims and remains accountable for ensuring all summer programs are met. So if you're a school district, which is mainly the entities we have that contract with FSMCs, even if the FSMC purchases all your groceries and provides all your kitchen staff and everything, it still has to be a school district employee that submits the summer program claim, application, and any other correspondence with the state agency. If you have questions about that or are not sure, please contact me and we will discuss what needs to happen. Sponsors may claim reimbursement only for those meals that meet summer program requirements. Reimbursement may not be claimed for meals not served as a complete unit, meal patterns or types not approved by the state agency, meals served at sites not approved by the state agency, meals consumed off-site, except in the case of approved field trips, more than one meal served to a child at a time. So in other words, if you hand a child 2 reimbursable trays, you can only claim 1. You can't, even if you know they want seconds, you can't give them to them right then. All children must be fed the first meal first. And second meals in excess of the 2% tolerance cannot be claimed. Here are some more examples of meals that may not be claimed. Meals served outside of approved timeframes or approved dates of operation. Meals served to ineligible children in camps. Meals that are spoiled or damaged. Meals in excess of the site's approved level of meal service, your site capacity. Like I mentioned earlier in the training, if your cafeteria dining room only holds 200 children at a time, and we come in and count 205 children are sitting down eating, you won't be able to claim those 5 meals because you have children in there over your site capacity, okay? Meals that were not served and meals served to anyone other than eligible children. So in this session, information on advances, reimbursement claims, unallowable costs, and non-reimbursable meals were discussed. So, my pages aren't cooperating with me to get turned. Okay. Okay, so this PowerPoint section talks about record keeping. Sponsors must keep complete and accurate records to substantiate the number of program meals they submit on each claim for reimbursement, and that the summer funds are used only for allowable summer program costs. To justify claims for reimbursement, sponsors must maintain the following records: meal counts taken daily at each site at each meal, weekly and monthly consolidated meal counts, program operating costs, including food and other costs, program administrative costs, including labor and supplies, funds accruing to the program, timesheets and payroll records, mileage logs, if applicable, receipts and records that document training, site visits, and site review. All sponsors must use daily site meal count record forms in order to document the number of program meals they have served to children. The sponsor must provide all necessary record forms to the sites. Site supervisors are then responsible for keeping the records each day. The site personnel must complete the records based on actual counts taken at each site for each meal service on each day of operation. Site personnel and monitors must understand the importance of accurate point of service meal counts. Only complete meals served to eligible children can be claimed for reimbursement. Therefore, meals must be counted at the actual point of service. Counting meals at the point of service also allows site personnel to ensure that only complete meals are served. A single slash through each number as the child passes through the line with a complete reimbursable meal is the correct method of documenting the meal count. Marking through the entire line of numbers with one single mark is not acceptable. Weekly and monthly meal consolidation forms we have also provided for you on the website so you can keep track of how many meals that you serve and want to claim for each month. Site personnel must be sure they record all required counts. These counts should include the number of meals delivered or prepared by type, whether it be a breakfast or a lunch, etc. Requirements for vended meals or meals delivered from a central kitchen are located in the administrative guide for sponsors on our webpage. Delivery receipts of meals or food if delivered with time and temperature upon delivery must also include number of components and quantity of meals. The delivery receipt form must be signed by the site supervisor and your delivery driver. Temperature of meals at time of service. Complete first meals served to children by type, like whether it be a breakfast or lunch. Complete second meals served to children by type. Excess meals or meals left over and what is done with the leftovers. Non-reimbursable meals, like if a child drops a meal, you need to keep track of that because then that shows where the count of all your prepared meals went. Meals served to program adults, if any, and meals served to non-program adults, if any. And all of those sections are on your daily meal count form to record. Sponsors should collect the site records at least every week. They may have their monitors pick up site reports on designated days, or the site supervisor may be asked to mail the records to the sponsor's office. When they collect the site records, sponsors should check for the site supervisor's signatures. Any sponsor serving vended meals must be sure the figure entered as the number of meals delivered on the site record is the same as that entered on the vendor's report. If there is any discrepancy between the numbers, the sponsor should immediately contact the vendor and the site supervisor and resolve the problem. The sponsor should make a permanent note of the discrepancy as well as the action that was taken to resolve it. Again, this is a sample of your daily meal count form, and again, it's located on our website under record keeping forms, and sponsors must seek approval from the state agency if they want to use a form different than this one. Consolidated weekly and monthly meal count forms, like I mentioned earlier, here's a sample of those, and they are on the website for your use. Operating costs or allowable costs incurred by the sponsor for preparing and serving meals to eligible children and program adults. These costs include, but are not limited to, cost of food used, labor, non-food supplies, and space for the food service. Rural sites may include costs that are directly incurred in transporting children from rural homes to rural food service sites and cost of delivering food from central kitchen to the food service sites. All costs must be fully documented and they must represent actual program costs. Administrative costs are costs incurred by the sponsor for activities related to planning, organizing, and administering the summer program. And again, we have a checklist on the website for your use that you can use. Generally, these activities include preparing and submitting an application for participation, including a management plan containing budgets of operating and administrative costs and staffing and monitoring plans. Establishing the eligibility of open or restricted open sites by collecting school or census tract data or family income eligibility forms for closed enrolled sites to determine if 50% or more of the children are eligible. For camps, determining the number of children eligible based on a review of family size and income forms. Attending training provided by the state agency. Hiring and training site administrative personnel. Visiting sites, reviewing and monitoring operations at sites, and documenting these visits and reviews. Preparing and submitting a plan for the invitation to bid when the sponsor wants to contract with a food service management company. Preparing a procurement process for purchase of food and supplies and maintaining documentation of how companies were elected. And preparing and submitting claims for reimbursement. And performing other activities that are necessary for planning and organizing and managing the summer program. Generally, costs incurred for administrative activities include labor costs for administrative activities, rental costs possibly for office equipment, vehicle allowance and parking expenses, office supplies, communications, insurance and indemnification, audits, and travel, which requires mileage log and gas receipts. Now, the vehicle allowance means, perfect example is if a rural site uses a school bus to go pick up kids to bring back to the school for activities in the summer program. The summer program funds can pay for the fuel for that bus and maybe even the insurance, but summer program funds cannot purchase vehicles. Even if it's only for the summer program, you cannot purchase a vehicle. Records must be maintained that document the amount and purpose of all administrative and operative costs attributed to the summer program. For example, time and attendance records must be kept to document labor costs. Examples of some of the records that need to be kept to show your operational costs would be your mileage log, sign time reports, which would be your staff's, the hours they work, summary of administrative expenses, signed delivery receipts from vendor with temperature of food at delivery, and receipts for non-food items, which again I said would be your paper plates or your napkins and your sporks, etc. Sponsors must be able to account for the receipt, obligation, and expenditure of all summer program funds. However, this does not mean that sponsors are required necessarily to maintain summer funds in a separate bank account from other institution expenditure, but the bank statements may be requested during the review. Ensure that all summer program reimbursements are being used solely for conducting nonprofit food service operations for the summer program. When an institution's total food service is not conducted principally for the benefit of its own summer program participants, the non-program and program components of the food service operation must be tracked separately. Through this separation, the institution must ensure that the summer program nonprofit food service program component does not support any non-program food service activities such as vending or catering operations or adult meal services. Funds accruing to the food service include all funds received from federal, state, local, and other sources, except program advances or reimbursement payments received from the state agency. These funds must be designated specifically for the summer program. Records reflecting income may include deposit records, voucher stubs, or receipts. Additional records that must be kept by the sponsor include the following: training records. Sponsors must keep records that document dates of training for all site and administrative personnel, which includes volunteers, attendance at each training session by having all attendees sign an attendance form and topics covered at each training session. And like I said earlier in the training, we provided those forms for you. Site visit records. Sponsors must be able to document that they have met their monitoring requirements. Monitors must submit a report for pre-operational site visits during the first week of operations, and site visits throughout the summer. And again, all of those forms are found on our website. Again, those of you that may have missed, our website is sde.ok.gov/summer food, all one word. Site review records. Monitors must submit a review report form for each site review during the first 4 weeks of program operations or if your operation is shorter than 4 weeks, and for site reviews throughout the duration of the program. This form will contain much of the same information as the site visit form, plus information concerning meal preparation and delivery schedules, the quality and accuracy of site records and record keeping, the regular adjustment of meal orders, and whether changes are made in menus. There are a number of additional records you must maintain in your files. These records and records discussed in this session are summarized on that checklist of records. Sponsors must maintain all records for 3 years after the end of the fiscal year of operation or longer if required by the state agency. These records must be accessible immediately to federal and state personnel for audit and review purposes. Further, these records can be disposed of only after 3 years if there are no unresolved audit findings or the program is not under investigation. In this session on record keeping and documents required to substantiate the claim or discussed, sponsors must keep complete and accurate records. And again, these records include meal counts, operating costs, administrative costs, funds accruing to the program, training records, visits and reviews, checklist of records, and retention of records, your records that you need to hold for 3 years plus the current year we are in. Okay. Next PowerPoint section. Going to talk about the administrative review, which is the review we do when we come out and review your program. FYI, if you are a brand new sponsor to the summer program this year, you will be reviewed. We have to review all brand new sponsors. In this session, you will find information on review procedures, violation of program requirements, how to create a corrective action plan, and common findings observed during previous summers when we did reviews. During the course of the summer, the state agency will complete an administrative review of many of the summer program sponsors' program operations. The administrative review will involve visits by the state agency and possibly even USDA reviewers to the sponsor's site and office. And be prepared for that, because we do have consultants from our USDA office that we are attached to, which is Dallas. They come up here and they do go out with us on some of our reviews. The reviews are designed to ensure that a sponsor's overall program is operating according to requirements and to provide technical assistance to a sponsor if there are questions about program operations. These reviews are an important part of the state agency's responsibility to ensure the integrity of the summer program. And you know, we come out and review you all, but we're also reviewed by the state agency. So we have to review you to make sure the program is running right, and then they review us to make sure we're making sure the program is running right. Okay. The state agency review of site operations will involve observing the meal service operations and the record keeping at the site. A review at the sponsor level will include how the claim for reimbursement is assembled and a review of the records maintained by the sponsor. Regardless of the specific administrative review procedures, all sponsors must make their records immediately available for the state agency's review and must implement all corrective actions recommended by the state agency reviewer. The results of administrative review may affect the amount of reimbursement a sponsor will receive. Violations of program requirements may result in withholding or recovery of summer program reimbursements, temporary suspension or termination and disqualification from future program participation. Program violations include, but are not limited to, failure to maintain adequate site or sponsor records, failure to adjust meal orders to conform to changes in site attendance, failure to have a trained site supervisor at each site during your meal services, serving meals that do not include all required components or correct quantities, serving more than one meal to a child at one time, children eating complete meals off-site, claiming meals that were not served to eligible children, continued use of food service management companies or commercial meal vendors that violate health codes, submission of false information to the state agency, use of program funds for unallowable costs, failure to return excess advance payments to the state agency, not adhering to competitive bid procedures, non-compliance with civil rights laws and regulations. During previous summers, the state agency conducted administrative reviews and identified the following areas as findings: failure to maintain adequate records, failure to meet meal pattern requirements, failure to report sites to the health department and request health inspections, failure to conduct and document site monitoring visits, failure to conduct point of service meal counts, failure to provide training to all site personnel, failure to comply with civil rights requirements, and failure to meet meal service requirements. So this slide talks about your appeal rights, and they are also located on the website that you can print and keep for your records. So make sure you read up on those. Hopefully you won't need use of those, but you do have to have knowledge of them. Any sponsor denied participation in the program or denied program payment may request a hearing by an official other than the one directly responsible for the original determination. At the time of the denial, the state agency will tell the sponsor whom to contact for an appeal. The following state agency actions may be appealed: denial of a sponsor's request for an advance payment, denial of a sponsor's claim for reimbursement, except on decisions made by FNS with respect to late claims or upward adjustments, termination of a sponsor or a site's participation in the program, denial of a sponsor's site application, if applicable, denial of a food service management company's application for registration or the revocation of a food service management company's registration, claim against a sponsor for remittance of a payment, and refusal by the state agency to forward to FNS an exception request by the sponsor for payment of a late claim or a request for an upward adjustment to a claim. When the state agency finds violations during a review, they will require the sponsor to correct the problems found. If the state agency finds a high level of meal service violations at a site, it will immediately require the sponsor to follow a specific corrective action plan. State agency will initial a follow-up system to ensure the sponsors take the specific action as outlined in the corrective action plan for correcting the violation. The sponsor will generally be required to write a plan that states what processes or procedures will be implemented to correct the finding, how the institution will make sure the processes or procedures are followed consistently in order to prevent future findings, who is involved in implementing the processes or procedures developed to correct the findings, and when the processes or procedures will begin, and how often will the process or procedure be done. The sponsor may be required to submit some supporting documentation which verifies that the corrective actions were made or implemented. Examples of documentation which might be required to be submitted include training documentation, site monitoring reports, meal count forms, employee timesheets, payroll information, and receipts. Okay. Now we're going to our next PowerPoint. Hang in there with me, guys. We're getting there. No, we don't have much longer. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Welcome to the Administering the Program Procurement. Sorry, I hate that word. Training hosted by the Oklahoma State Department of Education, referred to in this training as the state agency or SA. During the training, when directed to the webpage, this will always refer to the OSDE summer program webpage at sde.ok.gov/summer food. The website is here on the PowerPoint slide for you unless otherwise specified. This training is a brief overview of procurement and the procurement review process. Generally, when we use the term procurement, it refers to the purchasing of goods, products, and/or services. In operating summer program, this means a sponsor must have a procurement plan in place for the procurement process of obtaining food vendors, non-food vendors, food management companies, etc. Procurement is an important part of operating the summer program because federal dollars are used to purchase goods, products, and services. Therefore, sponsors need to understand and comply with local, state, and federal procurement guidelines to make sure the federal dollars are spent wisely. Child nutrition programs procurement requirements apply to all sponsors and all of the programs. Procurement is a multi-step process for obtaining goods, products, and services at the best possible price. Proper planning before procuring goods, products, and services is worthwhile and has a critical role in obtaining the high-quality goods, products, and services needed at the best possible price. In other words, you're looking to get the best product from the best vendor at the best price. The United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, requires that all purchases made by the summer program, whether funded entirely or in part with child nutrition funds, be conducted in accordance with all federal procurement requirements. Procurement may help sponsors save money in the purchase of goods, products, and services. Oh, sorry, I lost my mouth there. Okay. An important principle is that a good procurement is a competitive procurement. All procurement transactions must be conducted in a manner that provides free and open competition. Free and open competition means that all suppliers are playing on a level playing field and thereby have the same opportunity to compete for your business or purchases. Fairness and integrity in all aspects of the procurement process are critical to achieving free and open competition. The procurement process cannot be both effective and self-serving. No matter how strongly the sponsor may prefer a particular product or supplier, other comparable products and suppliers must be given every reasonable consideration. To be considered responsible, a vendor or contractor must be capable of performing successfully under the terms and conditions. Qualified respondents must be eligible, able, responsive, and willing to provide the goods, products, and services being sought. Another important aspect of procurement is transparency. Transparency in the procurement process allows vendors the widest possible access to information regarding the goods, products, and services being purchased. A procurement contract is less than arm's length. Federal Nutrition Services, FNS, and the state agency must approve the vendor in advance. This roadmap outlines the federal requirements for procurement in the summer program. The important number to remember is $250,000. That's the federal small purchase threshold. Sponsors will follow the federal procurement roadmap to determine which procurement method will be used when purchasing with federal funds. Even if a purchase is only partially funded with the federal dollars, sponsors must follow this procurement roadmap. For goods, products, and services costing less than $250,000, sponsors will use the informal procurement process. For goods, products, and services costing more than $250,000, the sponsors will have to use the formal procurement process. An informal procurement process, also known as small purchase procedures, are those relatively simple and informal procurement methods for securing services, supplies, or property that may be used when the estimated total cost falls below the federal small purchase threshold of $250,000. These procurements may be completed by using telephone, fax, email, printed advertisement, internet, and even in person to obtain as many quotes, at least 3, that will allow for competition. The quotes must be documented by saving the submitted or collected information and your notes in comparing prices and the reason as to why you selected the particular vendor or contractor. The micro purchase method applies to the purchased goods, products, and services when the aggregate dollar amount does not exceed $10,000. These purchases may be awarded without soliciting competitive quotes if the sponsor considers the price reasonable, then must be equitably distributed among qualified suppliers. For example, the sponsor must not make all purchases from one source. Rather, the sponsor must purchase from all qualified sources equally. Sponsors are responsible for documentation of records of the purchase, name of the vendor or contractor, the price, and the written specifications. Aggregate cost means the total amount the sponsor has determined for a single item or related group of items for a period of time, for example, 1 year or weekly or quarterly or other period of time as determined by the sponsor. The formal procurement method is for purchases over $250,000. These procurements may be completed either using the invitation for bid, that we also call IFB, or the request for proposal process, which we call RFP. Further information regarding the IFB and the RFP can be found under procurement on our website. Emergency procurement practice is only used when a purchase is necessary to continue service. Sponsors can make the purchase following their procurement procedure guidance for emergency procurements. USDA allows a sponsor to apply a geographic preference procurement option when procuring unprocessed, locally grown, or locally raised agricultural products. There is no requirement that institutions must purchase locally grown or locally raised agricultural products or apply a geographical preference in the procurement of these products. And I'm going to read the slide to you. The sponsor may decide to use geographical preference to target products from local sources through a formal solicitation. The FNS published the final rule titled Geographical Preference Option for the Procurement of Unprocessed Agricultural Products in the Child Nutrition Programs. This allows sponsors to give a point or price preference to bidders that meet their definition of local for unprocessed products. Using this option enables the sponsor to award its contract to a bidder that did not necessarily provide the lowest bid, but the original bid price must be paid. Okay. As a summer sponsor receiving federal funds, the organization must have and follow a written procurement plan outlining their organization's program-specific procurement rules in accordance with federal and state regulations. So what is it? A procurement plan typically identifies what is to be done, who is to do it, when it will be done, and how it should be done in plain language. Now let's discuss some key areas that must be in your procurement plan. Sponsors must delegate purchasing authority to specific positions. Individuals in these positions are responsible for ensuring applicable procurement procedures are followed. The procedure will also include a code of conduct that states specific guidelines and limitations for employees' actions during the procurement process. In your procurement plan, you will also need to include a policy regarding conflicts of interest, which includes procedures for disclosing and addressing any potential or actual conflict. Sponsors are required to prevent conflict of interest in the procurement of goods, products, and or services to ensure free and open competition. Another key point in your procurement plan is to list your simplified acquisition threshold and procurement method for informal and formal procurement. A procurement plan ensures that all purchases made with federal funds are handled fairly and in a manner that encourages full and open competition and provides justification for using either the informal or formal procurement methods or the reasons for selecting the vendor or contract. Procurement ethics. State agencies and child nutrition program operators are required to write a code of conduct to govern the performance of employees and sponsors engaged in procurement. These written standards must prohibit employees from soliciting gifts and other incentives from prospective contractors, and also prohibits employees from participating in the selection, award, or administrative of any contract to which they have a personal or financial connection. The Code of Conduct must also provide for disciplinary action to be applied in the event these standards are violated. Use of small minority and women's businesses. All sponsors are encouraged to use the services of small and minority businesses and women's business enterprises and should consult local and state authorities. Okay, sorry, keep moving my mouth. The sponsor must be aware of the following practices: placing qualified small and minority business and women's business enterprises on solicitation lists, assuring that small and minority businesses and women's business enterprises are solicited whenever they are potential sources, dividing total requirements when economically feasible into smaller tasks or quantities to permit maximum participation by small and minority businesses and business enterprises. Establishing delivery schedules where the requirement permits which encourage participation by small and minority business and women's business enterprises, using the services and assistance as appropriate of such organizations as the Small Business Administration and the Minority Business Development Agency of the Department of Commerce, and requiring the prime contractor, if subcontractor, to be let to take the affirmative steps listed in these slides. Debarment and suspension of contract services. Debarment means to bar from having or doing something, synonymous with preclude, to bar, to prevent, or to make impossible. In other words, can't do it. Prior to contracting, sponsors must ensure contracting entities or persons are not debarred or suspended from federal assistance programs or activities. Food Service Management Company, Unitized Summer Program Meals, Meal Delivery Service, individual providing service on contract, consultants, and temporary employment service like site supervisors. Sponsor responsibility to check the National System for Award Management, which is SAM, which is also where you get your DUNS number. The website is www.sam.gov, and you will go here and you will type in the name of the business. And if it comes back that they have been barred from doing federal business, you cannot use their services for your summer program. Sponsors must maintain documentation on file for 3 years plus the current fiscal year unless a review or audit is not resolved. During administrative reviews or audits by the state agency staff, these documents will be reviewed to verify that appropriate procedures were followed when using program funds. Okay. I just discovered in my lack that I forgot to print this PowerPoint section, so I'm gonna have to leave my notes up here and read them to you. Welcome to administering the Summer Food Program Meal Planning. This training is hosted by the Oklahoma State Department of Education Child Nutrition Programs, OSDE-CMP, referred to in this training as the state agency or SA. During the training, when directed to the webpage, this will always refer to the OSDE Summer Program webpage again, which is sde.ok.gov/summer food, unless otherwise specified. In this section, you will find information on summer food program meal pattern requirements, cycle menus, food production records, food buying guide, CN labels and product formulation statements and inventory. Summer program meal pattern requirements. The summer program meal pattern enables sponsors to serve meals that are appetizing and are consistent with the dietary guidelines for Americans. For a meal to be eligible for reimbursement, all food components in the required minimum serving sizes must be offered. A food component is one of the food groups that comprise a reimbursable meal. Sites must always offer the food components that comprise a reimbursable meal in at least the minimum required amounts. A food item is a specific food offered within the food components comprising the reimbursable meal. All food components that make up a reimbursable meal should be served to each child all at the same time, plated together, in other words. Because teenagers have greater nutritional needs, sponsors may serve larger portions to older children. So what this is pretty much saying, on your summer meal patterns, you must follow the serving sizes to serve to all children. You can never serve less than what the minimum says, but you are more than welcome to serve more. Just pay attention to your meal costs and everything when you're doing that. Summer meal pattern requirements. Breakfast must contain 1 serving of milk, 1 serving of a vegetable or fruit or full strength 100% juice, 1 serving of a grain or bread, and a meat or meat alternate is optional. Lunch or supper meal must contain 1 serving of milk, 2 or more servings of vegetables and or fruits, 1 serving of a grain or bread, and 1 serving of meat or meat alternate. And the snack must contain 2 food items from different components. However, juice cannot be served when milk is served as the only other component, because you're just feeding the children a liquid snack. Cycle menus. A cycle menu is a set of planned menus that are repeated in the same order for a period of time, usually 4 weeks. However, due to the brevity of some summer programs, a sponsor may opt to repeat a 2-week menu cycle. The menu is different every day during those 2 weeks. A cycle menu offers variety and is flexible to allow for substitutions. Refer to the guidance for sponsors for assistance in creating a cycle menu. That's one of our manuals or guides from the USDA. On the website, we have links to those for you. Meal production records. Oklahoma State Department of Ed Child Nutrition Programs requires meal production records to be maintained on a daily basis as part of the record keeping requirements. The meal production form has been included in your forms, record keeping forms on our webpage. The use of this form not only assists the state reviewer in conducting your administrative review, but is also beneficial in preventing serious findings during the AR that could result in a serious deficient status of program operations. It is a valuable document in ensuring the sponsor is meeting meal pattern requirements and serving sizes. It can also be useful to the sponsor as a reference tool in purchasing food when repeating menus. Like I mentioned earlier, if you served chicken nuggets and you've seen 100 kids showed up, that's going to kind of give you an idea of how many chicken nuggets to order, however many times you're repeating them in your menu cycle. Okay. Your food buying guide is going to be your food Bible. In all honesty, if it's not listed in the food buying guide that you can serve it, then I wouldn't serve it, because it's most likely not a creditable food. The food buying guide has been designed to help determine quantities of food to purchase for use in preparing meals for children, and we have a link to the food buying guide on our webpage. This year, there's a new requirement for summer program. You have to attend this annual training we're doing today, plus you have to attend a food buying guide training. We have it already pre-recorded. It's on our website, and you can go attend it at your own pace on your own. You don't have to attend a live Zoom like we're doing today. But the food buying guide training is a training requirement that must be done before your summer application is approved. And another tidbit I'd like to make sure you know, when you all attend these trainings, whether you attend it now live on a Zoom or you attend it later at your own pace, we can record and track how long you've attended that training. If you do not attend these trainings for at least 70% of the training time, you will not get credit for the training. So keep that in mind. You must have this annual summer program training and the food buying guide training for this year to satisfy your training requirements. We highly recommend that you go attend the summer program online application training. That's going to be recorded and added to the website for your use. And we highly recommend that you attend the procurement training, which is also a recorded training that you can attend for yourself later. But the two that are required for your summer program application to be approved is this training here, the summer program training, and the food buying guide training. The food buying guide may be used whether preparing for a small gathering of children or a large group. Whether serving 10 or 1,000 meals, the concept is the same. Will the meal meet requirements for the appropriate child nutrition program? How many servings will you get from a specific quantity of food? What quantity of the raw product will provide the amount of ready-to-cook food called for in a recipe? And how much food will you need to buy? These are just helpful tidbits. The food buying guide is going to be so much reference and help for you. The food buying guide is divided into 7 sections and an index. The sections are as follows: introduction, meat alternates. Actually, they have separated the vegetables and fruits. They're 2 different groups now. Grains and breads, milk, other foods, and appendices. The vegetable fruit section has recently been divided, like I just said, due to changes in meal patterns for schools. Therefore, 2 sections, one of fruit and one of vegetables, are part of the guide rather than one combined. The foods you choose to use must appear in the food buying guide exactly as shown on the product label. Let me repeat that one more time. The foods you choose to use must appear in the food buying guide exactly as shown on your product's label. Some examples of those you might see include beans. You'll go to the food buying guide and you'll type in beans and it'll pop up green, flat Italian, it'll pop up green beans, it'll pop up, you can order the flat Italian ones or the frozen ones or the whole ones or the canned ones. Chicken, it'll tell you about boneless, fresh or frozen, chicken breast pieces. Potatoes, it'll pop up French fries, frozen, shoestring, straight cut. It'll give you all different options of what to choose. This slide picture here is an example of one of the pages in the food buying guide. Every food list in the food buying guide is presented in the 6-column yield table. Each column gives different calculations and information about the specific food listed in column 1. Within each section in the food buying guide, the individual foods are arranged in alphabetical order. Column 1 is food as purchased. In this column, you'll find the name of the food item in the exact form as it is purchased. For example, beans, green bean, canned. Column 2 is the purchase unit. This column indicates the basic unit of purchase. For most foods, the guide lists pounds as a purchase unit. Examples of common purchase units include but are not limited to gallon, or like your green beans and stuff usually come in the big number 10 cans, or they have like 300 cans or 40-pound packages, and it'll tell you how many servings you can get out of that number 10 can or the food 40-pound package. Kind of jumping myself, that's what the next section says. Column 3, servings per purchase unit, edible portions. This column shows the number of servings, like I just said, for each of the purchase units in column 2. This number of servings is based on average yields from good quality foods prepared in ways that result in a minimum of waste. Column 4, serving size per meal contribution. This column describes a serving by weight, measure, or number of pieces or slices. Sometimes both measure and weight are given, or the measure and number of pieces or slices. Serving size listed in this column are commonly used portions. However, they may not be the serving size planned for a specific menu. Just remember, the quantities given in columns 3 and 5 will change when the serving size in column 4 is adjusted. For foods specified in the meal patterns, the serving size given in this column can be credited toward meeting the meal pattern requirements. In some sections, it will use both pieces and quarter cup servings. Column 5 is purchase units per 100 servings. This column shows the number of purchase units you need for 100 servings. This number was calculated using the purchase unit listed in column 2 and the serving size by weight listed in column 4. Numbers in column 5 have been rounded up to help ensure enough food is available for 100 servings. Column 6, additional information. This column provides other information to help calculate the amount of food needed to purchase and or prepare. For many food items, this column shows the quantity of ready-to-cook or cooked food yielded from a pound of food as purchased. As stated earlier, foods you choose to use must appear in the food buying guide exactly as shown on the label. Foods that are purchased partially or completely prepared must have some type of crediting information as well as serving size given to document the contribution of the food to the correct component in the menu. Crediting means if the meal patterns require 1 to 2 ounces of meat alternate, the manufacturer's information is needed to determine if that pizza actually contains 1 or 2 ounces of meat, and if so, what size serving is needed to get that amount of meat from that pizza. This can be accomplished with one of the following 2 documentation options: CN label or product formulation statement from the manufacturer, not from your grocery store, not from Sam's. You need the product formulation statement from the manufacturer. Like if it's a Tyson chicken nugget product, then you need the product formulation statement from Tyson, not from Walmart. What is the CN labeling program? It is a voluntary federal labeling program for the USDA Child Nutrition Programs. It provides information regarding the food product's contribution to the meal patterns. The easiest way to identify the required components in the pre-prepared combination product is to look at a child nutrition CN label. As stated on the slide, it is a voluntary program. The manufacturer has to apply for and pay F&S division of USDA to research and assign the label and code number before that label can be placed on the food product packages. CN labels must be maintained on file by sponsor for review by the state agency and administrative review. So to elaborate on this, you cannot have a Tyson chicken nugget product formulation statement or CN label, but then the day we come out, you're serving Chicken Pride chicken nuggets. That's not the same product. That's not the same manufacturer. So it's not the correct CN label. So keep that in mind, please. Here's a closer example of what a CN label looks like. I will tell you they're harder and harder to find. It's just the way it is. It's just the way the world is now. So I'm still really adamant in telling you, really go by your food buying guide. It's going to be your food Bible. If the food is not creditable and mentioned and listed in the food buying guide, it is probably not creditable and acceptable, and do not serve it. But again, like I said, this is an example of what a real CN label looks like. And please pay close attention to the expiration dates. A product A product formulation statement is the other documentation option for crediting information of a food product. This document must come from the manufacturer, like I just said, not the vendor or your salesperson or the internet. When received from the manufacturer, the sponsor must determine if the statement contains all the data needed and then plan portion sizes accordingly. As with all documentation, it must be maintained for inspection during your administrative review. Commercial combination foods must always have a CN label or product formulation statement documenting the creditable portions of that product. Now we're going to talk just a little bit about inventory. An accurate and complete physical inventory of all purchased foods, commodities, and supplies on hand must be taken before the food service operation begins and at the end of the reporting period. Guidelines for inventory and storage can be found in the administrative guidance for sponsors and the nutrition guidance for sponsors, which are those manuals we have on the website from the USDA. Please review and be knowledgeable of this information to ensure compliance. Sample inventory forms are located on our webpage under record keeping forms. Schools should continue to do ending inventory of National School Lunch, school breakfast, which will be the beginning inventory for your summer program. Inventory should be taken again at the close of the summer program, and this could be beginning inventory for your National School Lunch, school breakfast when school picks up again in August. Continue using inventory forms used during your school year. So what I've always highly suggested to the schools when they've asked, take your ending inventory that you do in May or June when your school closes down for the summer, make a copy of it, make a new column that says SFSP, and that way you can just record in there the inventory you used from your ending National School Lunch inventory. For example, let's say you had a whole case of number 10 can green beans left when school closed down, but you only used 3 of them for the summer program. So 3 cans will be listed in that summer program inventory. So then when you start your beginning inventory again for your school year, you're still going to have 3 cans of green beans that you can start your inventory with. I hope that was kind of layman's terms explanations. If you have questions or if I confused you, please just call me and we'll talk about it. Okay. Believe it or not, guys, we survived it. Yes. So I would like to just check the chat right quick. If you all have any questions. If you have questions, please type them in here right quick. If not, we are through with this training, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you hanging out with me all this time. It is a lot of information, but it's a lot of information you and I have to know. Stay warm. Don't get out in the snow unless you're going to make a snowman. And we will be in touch soon for your program to get started. Thank you and have a good day.